Yeah, you're getting in trouble for blowing your nose too loud in class. It kind of reminds me of how teachers would always accuse me of going to the bathroom just to get out of class because I went to the bathroom
They
so
love
much.
to accuse.
But at the same time, I think subconsciously that might have been true because I think I enjoyed needing to go to the bathroom so much that my body would just make itself need to go to the bathroom more often, you know? And now I'm I'm an adult and I'm peeing all the time, Keith. I have to do this podcast with a catheter on because it just keeps coming out. That's not true.
Really? I didn't know that.
It's not true. It is true that I have to pee a lot. And that's normal because I take multiple medications that cause that. But that's even true before the medication. So you can imagine.
I hate to have to pee. I hate it.
And
it is literally my least favorite thing, that like regularly occurring thing.
Wow.
Is having to pee.
Wow.
Because it's like, you got to stop whatever you're doing for but not even for any good reason, for like 45 seconds because you have to pee. That's so stupid.
But it's the easiest one. Well, okay. If you're in your office on your PC and you have to pee, you got to walk out of that office. You're going around the corner into the kitchen. You got to walk through the kitchen. You got to walk through the dining room. Your bathroom is on the side of your dining room. Me, the one of the things
you got a toilet under your desk.
My gaming chair just is a toilet on wheels. The part of what made moving into this new house such a true upgrade was that I got all these new things about the apartment that I liked more than the old one, but I maintained a bedroom door that was directly next to the bathroom door. So, nice. I mean, it's come up before. There have literally been times when you're just talking about something and I'm just go to the bathroom and come back and no one notices it even happened. And then there's other times where I try that and then you're like, what do you think about that, Kylie? Huh? What? And then I'm like, it's in the bathroom.
Well, now, what about those in-between times where
I
don't ask, what do you think about...
The wireless headphones reach to the bathroom, so I'm just like, keep telling me this story, Keith.
So you can hear. You're not missing the story.
No. Yeah. But welcome, everybody, to another edition of Snooze Button, Run Button's almost weekly morning show where we talk
And she's going to say it like that every time from now on. Like a sort of 30% song.
Okay. I thought you were going specifically about the mostly weekly part.
Oh, okay. No. You're just going to do that like a
little
morning?
bit, almost like a little melody to it, but just not even enough to commit to it. Yeah. So why did we not have one last week?
You had fucked up the scheduling and you basically were like, oh, by the way, I'm not available Tuesday, but I'm also not available Monday or Wednesday.
Right. I had to, what you meant to say was I had to go get another round of dental surgery. So I wasn't.
Oh, I thought it was your kid. I thought it was that you were doing something with your kid.
No, the kid, the child was the two sandwiching days around Tuesday.
Okay.
It was like I couldn't do Tuesday because dentist, but I also couldn't do Monday or Wednesday because daughter.
Okay.
So we had to do Thursday, and then neither of us really wanted to do Thursday anyway. And here we are.
We almost always have a good reason when we cancel.
Almost always.
Almost always.
There was that one time Keith tried to have a bad reason for it, and I was like, no. I think that was like literally the last one. I think we already talked about that.
Well, the last one was you had dental surgery.
No, I meant the last Snooze Button that happened, Keith.
Oh, okay, fair. Yeah. I remember because I texted you to be like, are you ready? And you were like, yeah. And I was like, fuck. I was hoping she wouldn't have been ready. Having some tea. That's what I'm doing.
Keith, I've been on. So I've had, in terms of, okay.
What is this? We don't say it every week. What is Snooze Button, Kylie?
I could have sworn I already said, but now that you mention it, I didn't. And Snooze Button is a weekly morning show, dual format show, where the first half of it is a podcast where we talk about kind of whatever we want. I think it's supposed to be video games. At least that's what Keith wants. I don't always have video game stuff to talk about, though. This week I totally
It's been a really bad news to have anything to say about video games.
Yeah.
Really bad year. Did I say year? What did I say?
A really bad news.
Really bad news.
I think you said it's been a really bad news to get anything. And honestly, everyone listening was like, yeah, it's been a super bad news, honestly.
Yeah, it has been a bad year to have like
news,
real video game shit to talk about.
And then in the second half of the show, then we play a game. This week we're going to be playing Dragon Quest 3 for the Nintendo Entertainment System, or Dragon Warrior 3.
This was a special request
for the NES. I mean, it was a special request insofar as I always get to pick the games that I stream. I mean, like, unless you super don't want to, but I don't.
Right. Well, so really, it falls into the category of games that we would never play, except that it's something that you're playing and you just want to do more of it.
That's
on a stream.
That's so unfair. Because
I don't think that's unfair.
No, it's unfair because, first of all, I'll tell you right now, I'm kind of in a spot where I'm a little bit. Well, I was a little bit stuck until I checked a guide this morning right before we did this show. I was a little bit stuck and I've been getting frustrated. So I actually haven't been having a ton of fun with it lately. But I've been the whole time. The reason I wanted to do Dragon Quest 3 was because I'm over here playing Dragon Quest 3, and the whole time I'm playing, I'm like, I'm enjoying this, and I feel like I have a lot of run button things to say about this game. I'm
not saying it's a bad way.
Oh, if this was a run
pick.
button, I would. If this was a run button, I would say this about this.
I'm not saying it's a bad way to pick what game you want to do. I'm just saying that it's a way of picking that almost you exclusively do. It's not something that I tend to do, which is like pick a game that I've been playing in my downtime to play on Snooze Button.
I think that, I feel like way of choosing might even be too strong. I think that might be too strong. I get most interested in the things I'm currently playing. That's just how my brain works. I'm not doing it consciously. What are we going to play instead?
We're not. We're gonna play Dragon Quest.
Oh no, it's Keith's. Oh, it's Master.
You've been wanting to play Dragon Quest for 3 weeks, so I haven't been putting a lot of thought what to play instead.
What are we gonna stream instead? Let's open up our Steam library and see what we have. Here we go. Let's open
one
it.
One of the things that we had on the docket after doing Mysteries of the Sith was to do Hitman 3.
What?
But in between. Yeah, remember I pitched you 3 games to do for Snooze Button, and you said yes, this can be our next 3 games. And then after we did the first one, you said actually I want to do Dragon Quest, and I said okay. So I do have 2 other games ready to go. I just don't remember what they are except for Hitman.
Wow, Keith, there's a new update to Darkest Dungeon. Wow, I just got this. I just got this special edition of Jade Empire for a couple dollars on sale. Jade Empire was on sale for a couple dollars, and I was like, that's a KOTOR Keith keeps saying is good, and it's not a lot of money.
It's a KOTOR?
I guess I'll just buy it. I did that thing. I did the thing where I was like, I guess I'll just buy
Jade
it.
Empire. I think it's got a fun combat system.
Man, I've been waiting 2 weeks to do a show about Dragon Quest. Why you gotta come in here and be a sourpuss about it? What's
I'm
wrong
not.
with
I
me
didn't.
wanting to
I have been 0% sourpuss about it.
I just know you. What's
I have
the
intentionally
problem?
not been a sourpuss about it
All right. Um.
because of how sour I feel about it.
Yeah.
No,
Um.
I'm 85% fine with it.
Um. You know what? Let's take a quick break, and I'll be right back in a couple minutes. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
One moment. Hello.
Hello, what's up?
We're back. Um. The reason I chose Dragon Quest, um, I've been playing it. I mean, that's a good start. I've been playing it But I feel like it kind of came up because of the Final Fantasy marathon. Because we've been doing, we did that JRPG Final Fantasy marathon, and that's been making me think about a different popular JRPG series, which is Dragon Quest, which is older and for some period of time was more popular in Japan than Final Fantasy. I don't know how it is now. I know it was at some point. And going back and playing some of these old Dragon Quest games, I've completed the first two on NES, and I've played Final Fantasy 1 and Phantasy Star 1, and I definitely preferred the Dragon Quest games to Final Fantasy 1. I'll have to try 2 and 3. I somehow became an 8-bit RPG person, despite never having played really any 8-bit RPGs like as a kid.
Really?
Yeah, it's very strange.
I also didn't play very many as a kid. I played when I was younger.
No, I'm sorry. This always happens. Of course I played a lot of 8-bit RPGs as a kid. Pokemon. And that's the fun thing about Dragon Quest is it totally reveals Pokemon as like Dragon Quest but for kids, but it's and then of course they go back, they made Dragon Quest Monsters right after that, which is like, it was like their Pokemon is like Dragon Quest but for kids, but you collect monsters, and then Dragon Warrior Monsters is like Pokemon but it's Dragon Quest but it's for older kids. I don't know.
How is Dragon Quest Monsters?
I haven't played it.
Would that have changed my life if I had played it as a kid?
I don't think so. I couldn't
tell you.
Monsters. I'll tell you this much though. It came out oh, you know what? I think it was, like Pokemon came out, there was like a 3-year gap between when it came out in Japan and when it came out in America from 95 to 98. But Dragon Quest Monsters...
Which is why I was playing it on emulators in Japanese in 97.
No, you were playing Yellow. That's different. Get out of here. How dare you?
I wasn't playing Yellow. I was playing Green.
What? Really?
Yes.
I just bought a copy of Pokemon Green for $10. I was like, hey, cool. You know what my game collection should have? A Game Boy cartridge with a Venusaur on it.
Yeah.
He was robbed. Our big boy was robbed.
Yep. Absolutely
whatever.
Robbed.
Red and blue is still... Red and blue is a better two-color combination than red and green. That was just silly. They asked for that.
Yeah.
They asked for that. Anyways, so we play Final Fantasy on the marathon, and so I'm in my head like, I kind of want to play some more RPG stuff, but you know me, I'm so indecisive, I can't pick. I'm like, well, I kind of like, I want to play FF9 because that's kind of what I'd been waiting to play for a while, but also like I never finished Phantasy Star that I started earlier this year, and I never finished Final Fantasy 2 on Super Nintendo because it was so boring. But just because it's boring doesn't mean I shouldn't finish it, because I've been trying to finish this boring game for like 15 years.
That sounds to me like maybe don't bother finishing it.
That's exactly what it would like me to do, and I'm not going to give it that satisfaction.
Would it? Isn't what it would like you for you to finish it?
No, it wants me to give up, and I'll tell you how I know this, Keith. So I decided to beat Phantasy Star first, and I had some fun doing that. That game is totally guide mandatory, but if you play with a guide, it's not so bad. Especially the new version I had came with like a accelerated level up track that you could do where it makes the game easier. I didn't choose that one because I'm a hashtag true gamer, but it's there if you want it, and it has that great fast forward function. It's basically the Sega Ages Phantasy Star release on Switch is like the best re-release of a classic game like maybe ever. It's a good package, even though the game itself is, I think it's definitely a rough game, and I enjoyed it. I think what's fascinating about going back to these old 8-bit RPGs is like, Phantasy Star was like, it's not like Dragon Quest invented anything brand new, except that it did invent like essentially the console turn-based RPG, like the JRPG essentially. And then like Phantasy Star is like the second one ever, and all of these games, you know, are like they're all like influenced by games that are like directly aping D&D and stuff. So it's all this like really systems heavy stuff, back in a time where video games were like extremely not systems based most of the time, right? Like there's no like system going on in Super Mario Brothers besides Super Mario Brothers didn't even exist at the time actually, but there's no system going on besides the controls for how Mario run and jump, right? But like what's interesting about these games is like by modern standards they feel almost broken because we're so used to like this modern philosophy of game design where it's like all these systems are tight, you know, they work in concert and they all fit together, they're like interlocking pieces, at least when a game is really good, that's what they do. And these ones are like they feel so cobbled together, but in a way that's like almost impressive, where you're like, look what you did on the NES, this is really interesting. It's
like
it's
in what
kind of
way is something feel what makes something feel cobbled together?
It's like that's a good question. I think it's stuff where, so like when we're playing Final Fantasy X, that section, I mean basically the whole game, but especially the section that we played early on, is very linear, right? Like it expects you to just move forward from place to place where the story brings you, and there's like a set number of battles you'll probably encounter, and they've run through this section a bunch of times and they've tweaked it to make sure that all the numbers line up correctly, that you get about the amount of experience points that they're expecting you to in the amount of battles that they're expecting you to have, so that you have like a smooth, you know, enjoyable leveling curve in these early hours of the game. Whereas like in these early RPGs, you have to remember the whole concept of leveling up, brand new for most people, right? Because like not even most people, you know, most people knew about D&D at this point, insofar as they knew it involved a bunch of nerds sitting at a table and pretending to be elves or something. But, you know, like that's as far as their knowledge pretty much goes.
There's no leveling up. What did you do with all your experience points?
Right, exactly. Like, so the idea of just like, you just play the game, and the more you play it, the stronger your character's abilities become. This is totally new. So in a lot of these early classic like computer and console RPGs, leveling up was the gameplay, right? Like it's coming for the part where you fight monsters, and every time you do, you get a little bit stronger. Like that's what you were signing up for. So the game essentially considers this to be the gameplay of the game. And so it'll be like a series. It feels like, even though this is a very slight difference in a sense between like Dragon Quest 3 and Final Fantasy X, but in Dragon Quest 3, it's more like they will set up a series of locations around the world that you need to go to get like certain items or story bits or whatever. And like it feels less like they were finely tuned and more like they decided what monsters were going to be in this building, and they decided that you could grind experience until you were strong enough to get through that building full of monsters. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel finely tuned. It does feel constructed, but it doesn't feel like crafted in a way that we would expect an RPG experience to be a lot of the times in the modern day.
So basically what you're saying is that because leveling up by itself was fun, that there's not as much work done around the edges of that to motivate your interaction with what they've done.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to go as far as to be like leveling up was fun. When people were playing these old games, they were like, wow, I'm thrilled with fighting groups of 4 vampires and mummies over and over and over again until I level up or whatever. But I mean, there's something to it. Like, you know, we all love to make the numbers go up. And at this point, you know, like a lot of us despise grinding now, but how much grinding have you done in RPGs in your life?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. Yeah. You've done it at this point, right?
Yeah, I've done it.
I've done it. You know, and like
mostly in Pokemon.
Mostly in Pokemon.
I don't
yeah.
grind in a lot of other things.
So that's also a big thing for me, is coming back to these NES Dragon Quest games called Dragon Warrior as they were released. It wasn't Dragon Quest until Dragon Quest 8 on the PS2 in America. It took quite a while. And I think it was...
I've literally never heard... I must have just been hearing people calling it Dragon Quest forever, because I don't play these games, and I've never heard it called Dragon Warrior, maybe ever.
I don't know. I don't know that I ever had either. And it's just because even though, like, you know, like Final Fantasy was popular on the NES and Super Nintendo in North America, but like in a cult hit kind of way, and then it got really popular later on. But like Dragon Quest has been like essentially a non-entity in America until like 3 years ago, in a sense. You know, like obviously people who are Dragon Quest fans will be like, no, we've all been obsessed with Dragon Quest for years, but I feel like most of us know this to not be true. So I like, okay, I don't want to spin it like that. Like, you know, Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest, totally like bona fide cult status for many years. Like, what's really interesting is as I'm playing these old games, I'm looking for what
I know. Maybe this will help. Maybe this will help clear up what Dragon Quest is for a lot of people. For me, it is the game what has the Dragon Ball Z looking characters on it at the GameStop.
Let's just...
Hey, look, how come this game series always has the Dragon Ball Z characters on it? It also says dragon. That's weird, huh?
Hey, we have this new game about a dragon that we want kids to buy. And what do the kids all like these days? They love this new comic strip about this boy what looked for a dragon. And don't we all love the dragons that appear in that series? Let's take a look at them.
I love all the different dragons in Dragon Ball.
Or not the dragons.
So
I didn't mean dragons. Oh, there might be some dragons. There could be a dragon. Is this a dragon? Ooh, here's some dragons.
No, I know who that is. That's Goku.
That's Goku.
That's young Goku.
No, that's young. No, that's young adult Gohan. Not young Gohan. It's adult Gohan if he was young. But here's what's interesting. Here's what I told somebody that Dragon Quest had art that looked like Dragon Ball, and they were like, oh, so the dragons must look like the dragon from Dragon Ball, but they actually look more like
that's the only thing that's different.
The way Akira Toriyama draws dinosaurs in Dragon Ball is how the dragons appear in Dragon Quest.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Which makes sense because Dragon Ball was originally based on Journey to the West. It has that whole Chinese vibe, so the dragon is like a Chinese style dragon, whereas this is like a medieval European fantasy kind of thing. So they have the more like European style dragon.
Right.
But anyways, the original Japanese version has this totally adorable like Dragon Ball style art. And I love all of these
that's young Goku. There's pink hair Bulma.
Pink hair Bulma. This is literally just what if Bulma had Bulma in that one outfit that she had, but her hair is pink now, and that's what a female merchant in Dragon Quest 3 was. I love all this art. I haven't been able to find like a full scan of the Japanese manual, but the Japanese manual, what a lot of these RPG manuals did back then is like, there's barely any pictures in the game besides the monsters. You have to imagine it all. So they do provide like illustrations of every item. Like in the game, there's just an item called shell armor, and so they depict the not Bulma wearing this adorable shell armor. Look how cute. And then later she becomes this. And then later it becomes this.
Wait, go back to two frames ago.
This one.
Yep, that's launch. That's just launch.
That's
down one. Yeah, that's just launch.
Just
like literally just launch.
Yeah, so this character is, I mean, I guess it was called the Asobinen, but in America it was called the Goof Off, and later was renamed the Gadabout. And it's like
Gadabout.
The Gadabout. So this is like a joke character with really bad stats and will often just ignore your commands. or they will like attack in a funny way where it'll be like, you tell them to attack and it'll be like, Keith went to attack but then changed his mind, or something like that. And their stats are really bad, but the thing is that every character when they get to level 20 it has like what I know as the Final Fantasy job system, even though this was like 3 years before the Final Fantasy job system. It's literally called the vocation system. Now I know that the job system was stolen. But once they get to level 20, they can switch classes and restart at level 1. And this is the Sage that has black magic and white magic. And the only character that can like reclass to a Sage without doing a special quest is the goof off. So that's like the incentive to have it in your party. My understanding is in later versions they changed it so that you literally can't control the goof off at all. I think to just drive home the fact that like it's not a standard character that you're like supposed to be using, and the female is a Playboy bunny and the male is this clown because sexism. They're all clowns now. At some point, they decided maybe the female goof-off shouldn't be a Playboy bunny. Maybe it should just be another clown.
Well, then Dragon Quest Builders 2 decided they should all be Playboy bunnies.
Oh, really?
Instead of all be clowns.
Are they? Did they change it back? That's so funny. I mean,
well, no.
Whatever.
So I didn't realize that this had any basis. In in the thing. But
the Playboy.
memory
I mean, I don't know if at this point. It got picked up as such a like generic thing in Japan that I literally can't tell if this outfit literally came from Playboy anymore. But boy, it sure was a thing in Japan in the 80s and 90s because it's like everywhere in games and animation.
Yeah,
there's even that part of Dragon Ball where there's a few episodes of Dragon Ball where Bulma is dressed up like a bunny. I think it's like one chapter in the manga, and the anime team was like, "How long can we keep this going? Another Bulma bunny episode."
The second island in Dragon Quest Builders 2 has all of the I don't know Dragon Quest shit. It's like the buff guys,
yeah. So those are totally in these NES games.
Yeah. I remember because I saw them when I played I played like 3 hours of Dragon Quest 9 recently, and I was like, this isn't very fun. But
Dragon Quest...
look, it's Mega Man up there.
You mean 11? Dragon Quest 11?
11, sure. Yeah, 11. I was like, this isn't very fun, but I did see those guys. I was like, hey, it's those guys.
Yeah. And
when you introduced the episode, when I asked you to say, hey, what is this? What is Snooze Button? And you said, well, we were supposed to talk about video games, but I guess we talk about whatever you want. Was that an intro to saying like, in addition to playing Dragon Quest 3, I also want to talk about Dragon Quest 3 the entire time leading up to playing it?
I mean, I definitely wanted to talk about some of it before we played it. It did end up happening really fast, but I think it was because instead of you just being like, yeah, we're playing Dragon Quest, and then just letting it go, you immediately started pressing me about Dragon Quest, so we had to talk about it.
Fair.
Anyways, yeah, like you said, for the Super Nintendo, these are... Oh, here's some more art. I love it so much. It's so good. I should actually show you...
Yeah, that's really good.
I should show you the American art because it's hilarious. When they brought these games over to America, it's so much worse. They really had no faith in... its ability to be popular in terms of its gameplay style or its art style. And I don't know that they were 100% wrong, but they sure did hamstring... Well, let's see the art
and I'll be the judge.
They sure did hamstring the Dragon Warrior series. So that is my guess for why Final Fantasy picked up steam in America so much more than Dragon Warrior, which was like, one, they were afraid the name Quest would sound too nerdy, so they changed it to Dragon Warrior. So presumably people who want an RPG avoid it because it sounds like an action game, and people who want an action game try it and hate it because it's an RPG. it made
Good
sense
point.
in the first one because you were only one character instead of a party, but then after that, it makes no sense anymore because it's called Warrior, but there's a bunch of them.
What's that? What's that? What is that water swastika?
What? Water
Go
swastika?
2 to your right.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
The cutting room floor, huh? Did they not think that should be in the American version of that? Did someone think that was a bad? Oh, are these the changes that they made? Ooh, I shouldn't look down there. That looks like spoilers. Yeah, so I knew about this. I knew about these crosses that they removed. I didn't know about this. What the fuck?
Jesus
Man,
Christ.
people suck. Remember maybe you're growing up and you're like, I bet people are pretty good. You were wrong.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. There's That's very funny. They had to take the cross off of the Oh man, and they made the coffin way worse too. This is the kind of stuff. There's like a generation of gamer who's like allergic to who's like allergic to all of this like changed stuff in the games. Like there's a hack for Dragon Warrior 3 called like Dragon Warrior 3 Delocalized, where they try to like undo all the changes that were made to the American version and like recreate what they consider to be like some kind of true version of the game. But in the end, I feel like they end up like all these things go, you have to at some point, you especially when there's multiple versions of the game and the story, you have to subscribe to like which one you think is the real one. So like on the NES, the ancient hero in the backstory is called Erdrick, but in the Japanese version it was Roto. So, but then in the Game Boy Color versions in America, it was also Roto, or it was Loto. And so it's like, we want to add the crosses back into the game, but we also want to change, it's like, I hate hack packs where you can't change. Like we put 8 hacks together and you need to take them all instead of letting you like customize how you want your Dragon Warrior to be. I don't need these fucking Game Boy Color jerk-offs trying to decide how my NES game should be. Go play the Game Boy Color version, you nerd.
In the chat, people have mentioned the Buddhist symbol that is a swastika, a non-Nazi related swastika that where the
yeah, you're right.
Look,
but that was
you're gonna have Tien.
I think it literally
you're gonna have Tien in Dragon Ball with a swastika on his forehead, and he's obviously a monk. And they took that out in the American version, which I'm also fine with. But it's like, okay, this is a monk. He's got a Buddhist symbol or whatever on his face, on his forehead. Like I understand there's a direct a suggestion of this is a religious symbol, but if you're a fucking country that was allied with the Nazis in World War II, you can't just go putting swastikas in your games. You can't. You just can't do it.
I am hearing that. Some would say if you were Germany in World War II, you also can't go putting swastikas on things either.
Right. And they don't. It's illegal. It's literally against the law there.
In the shines. Okay. All right. Fine. Oh, wait. Dharma Temple. Oh, okay. It even says, it even calls it a manchi here. I'm sorry. I was reading this up here, and I saw the name Necrogond, and then saw this, and was just like, oh, so they want it to be like, this place is evil, and because there's a swastika. My bad.
No, the Dharma is a direct reference to Buddhism, but still.
Okay. All right. All right. To be continued in Dragon. Ooh, spoilers. So when they remake these games on Super Nintendo, they do a Dragon Ball Z, and they redo all the art so that the hero of Dragon Quest 3 now looks like Gohan and Videl couldn't agree on which characters to be, so they both dressed up as the same character for the Comic-Con they're going to.
They also did that. They also did that when they were both the Great Saiyaman.
So, Gohan and Videl, just a couple that loves to dress up together, and we're here for it.
Yeah.
Oh, what's really fascinating about this game? So I will actually. I was a little bit joking before when I was like, "Oh no, spoilers! Where did it go?" So in the first Dragon Quest, the thing is, they're like, "Oh, there was a great, powerful warrior named Erdrick or Roto, depending on how you feel about it, and he was so good, and he beat a magic dragon or something, and then he died." Because he was really old, and you're his descendant, and that means that you have to be a hero for some reason. And you had a question?
No, it's fine. Never mind.
All right. Oh, and in the first one, it's supposed to be important that you're descended from this ancient hero, and then in the sequel, you play as your character's descendants from the first game, which I thought was kind of fun, just because it's the only game I've ever seen do the descendants thing correctly, where there's more descendants than the original. So you play as a trio of like 3 second cousins who are all related, which I think is really funny. But in the third one, they do this interesting thing where it's like a surprise prequel where they play it like, this is just another dragon warrior. What's your name? Input any name. And if you try to be like, I'm Erdrick, they're like, that's silly. You can't be Erdrick. You're not the legendary hero. But then through the course of the game, I think it's essentially like, you do some big heroic stuff, and presumably at some point someone like gives you the title of Erdrick or something, and it turns out, oh, surprise, this is a prequel and you were the legendary hero. Which I think is a fun idea, I guess. Where this gets weird is that in this game they decide that all the characters can be any gender. It's one of those games where you create your party at the start and you get to pick their genders. So like, here's male soldier, male merchant, female merchant. But it asks you what gender you want the hero to be, and it will say your gender if you look in the status menu, but you always look like this, and most of the people, especially royalty, will address you as male. And your mom has this line at the beginning that's like, oh, today's your special day where you have to go to the castle and meet the king. I raised you as a young lad specifically for this purpose. But it's all like, it's the NES, so it's poorly translated. Everything's clipped, so you're just not sure if you're not understanding or like what's happening. There's a lot of like, I guess debate about why it's like this. I think some people are guessing like I guess people are trying to figure out, why does it ask you your gender if it then seems to ignore it? Or if they're trying to figure out, basically my theory is
this a Mulan situation?
So I think what their idea was like, we want you to be able to pick your gender for any character, but whoops, also we want this to be a prequel where you're secretly the hero that we already decided was male. So I guess maybe their idea was like, well, if you want to be a female, you'll just be a secret female or something. Like, I don't know what the deal was.
Yeah, it just seems like one of those things where there's no way to make it make sense because it doesn't.
Right.
It's just like, we just need to make this thing not it's easier if it doesn't actually make sense, so let's just do it the easy way.
Yeah. And so and then in the Super Famicom version, they add the female version, which I think, honestly, you look at it, it's basically the same design. It's barely different anyways.
Right.
And I don't hate the Dragon Ball Z artwork mostly, but some of it, I don't know if like, it just comes off real off-brand to me, for like both. It's like off-brand for DBZ and for Dragon Quest, and just, I don't know, like, just look at, first of all, this whole outfit is just so absurd. Like, the idea that they wanted to update the characters but left this outfit the way it was, but then gave her like Vegeta legs or something. I just look at these legs and I just see Vegeta's legs.
Well, that's because that armor is the fucking Saiyan armor.
It's the fucking Saiyan armor, yeah.
I cannot believe that Akira Toriyama is as big of a deal as he is for a guy that can only draw one thing over and over.
Yeah.
He has like 12 characters and like 5 sets of clothes.
Here's some artwork of the characters you play as in the first one, and then here's them in the remake. Oh, we're so bad now. We're mean. I'm still wearing goggles, but I'm serious about it now.
Why are they mean now? They don't look mean.
Well, they don't look mean. You know what I mean. It just looks more serious.
They look
and
like
edgy.
They look like troublemakers.
You know, like early Dragon Quest is, you know, it's so fun and chibi, and it feels clear that they're being like, these aren't what this.
Did you ever show me the American art for?
Oh no. Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. Is that it?
But it's clear, just like when you play Dragon Quest Builders, that like they had these short little squashed chibi NES sprites, and they decided like, this is literally what the world is. All these people are just tiny, and it's very adorable and fun. And they ruined that in the Super Famicom art. And all of this art continues to be the art that they use for all of the re-releases, and I just don't get it. It's just so not fun. Though weirdly they do stick with the Famicom covers. Like I just saw this game on Switch. Like, this is the cover image for Dragon Quest III on Switch, but then when you launch the game, it's like it's the Super Famicom version where I think the art looks bad but the game looks good, but then it's like a port of they ported that one to like a handheld platform, and then ported that to cell phones, like early cell phones, and then ported that to touchscreen cell phones. And it's like all of the versions that you can buy of Dragon Quest these days are all like these weird like triple ported versions that all like have frame rate stutter, and they redid the art once on Super Nintendo so it looked worse, and they like redid all the character sprites at some point later so it looks even worse. It's just a bummer. It's such a bummer.
So wait, you still have not shown me the art though.
I know. It's hard to find. Actually, okay, let's do this. Internet Archive. Dragon Warrior 3. Doot 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 doot. I do like the cover for Dragon Warrior 3. Actually, the covers for the first 4 Dragon Warrior releases in America look pretty cool. Where's the manual? Oh. Ah. Okay.
It's got to be that TIFF, right?
Oops. All right, I'm downloading this now, apparently. Oh boy, that's a file. Oh, I didn't notice the size of these files. Jesus.
Oh, why are they so big? They're single page. Each one is a single page.
They're extremely high quality, high res, uncompressed files. But I think I might have had a smaller version that I downloaded in my downloads folder. So I'm going to look for that. Ooh, that looks like something. A Dragon Warrior 3 manual PDF that's also searchable. Oh my goodness. It almost makes up for it being super hard to find online on your website. Archive.org. Here's our art. Doot, 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 doot. Boop, 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 boop. There's our hero. Look at them. Look at them.
Wow, extremely bad.
I mean, this is you know, and so this is exactly where like fantasy RPGs are in America at this time, right? Where this is like total like AD&D player's handbook knockoff art or something.
Yeah, this looks like total dog shit to me.
Yeah. And stuff like this looked like total dog shit to me when I was a kid, and it's why I avoided like medieval fantasy stuff for years and years. But what's fun about a lot of these classic RPGs on NES is So like in Japan, they already had a game guide industry like very quickly. So a lot of these games, it's like, yeah, they totally expected you to go out and buy like the Dragon Quest 3 guide like immediately to learn how to play it. But they couldn't get away with that shit back then in America, at least. So for like Final Fantasy 1 and a lot of these Dragon Quest games, they have like partial or nearly complete guides for the whole game in the manual. So right here is like, they even give you an itinerary. So if all you want is just like the list of places you need to go in the right order, so you have like the right,
Wow.
they nudge you in the right way, or you can just start being like, here it is, you know, the castle town, be level 1 for this place, be level 8 for this place, be level 10 for this place, and here's maps of everything. And they don't,
I cannot believe...
They won't tell you what's in the chests, but they will show you where they are. And what can't you believe?
I can't believe how much you have to say about Dragon Quest.
I have so much to say about Dragon Quest. I love
We've been talking about Dragon Quest. We've been talking about Dragon Quest for 50 minutes almost. And then we have to play it.
Can I tell you? Well, here's the thing. Before we play Dragon Quest, I have a bunch more stuff to talk about that isn't really related to Dragon Quest. It
sounds like it might be slightly related.
No.
Like if I had something to talk about, I would be able to say no, it absolutely has nothing to do with Dragon Quest.
What is that?
But you're sort of like,
mean?
No.
Well, I don't know.
I'm just saying I have nothing to say about Dragon Quest because I've never played I've played 3 hours of Dragon Quest 11 and that's it. I'm just saying that the amount of hedging that you're doing makes it feel like it still has something to do with Dragon Quest.
Oh. Well, no, it's just other video game stuff. Oh, well,
okay.
part of there was okay, let's go back. So I finished Phantasy Star, and I was trying to pick what RPG I was going to do next, and I was having a real hard time deciding.
Farm Lesbian says Dragon Quest art is fun, and Kylie made a good choice by showing us it. I mean, all I'm saying is I would have liked a heads up that today wasn't a snooze button; it was a book report on Dragon Quest.
I really like this one. This is the artwork for the Cloak of Evasion. So the wizard has to have a real sneaky look so that you know that she's evading something.
That's some of the best art
out of the way of a
That's a very good
fireball or something. And then here's like a Dragon Ball Z character.
Yeah.
She took over for Kami, actually. She's the new Guardian of Earth.
It's the same staff.
It's the same staff.
Korn has that too.
Yeah. Well, it's a good staff look. I mean, you can't.
It is a good staff look, but it's like, it's just.
Yeah, it is incredible. It's truly incredible how. It's incredible how iconic the Dragon Ball art style is, and how iconic the Dragon Quest art style is, and they are literally the same art style.
The same.
This is a fan one, but yeah, I just love how you go back to these old Dragon Quest games, and I love this interpretation I never knew about of them literally just being like chibi people. And I love that when you go back and play, when you play Dragon Quest Builders, whose stories go back and take place during Dragon Quest 1 and 2, and they also have all their chibi people in them.
Yeah.
I like
this art.
And then there's this literal Goku.
That's a literal Goku, yeah.
I don't know what this is, but
to be fair, that official art
series...
of Dragon Quest 3 is also literally Goku.
It's not as literally Goku though. Like, that's just, this face is literally cut and paste from Goku. This is Goku's face.
This is about as different from Goku as Bardock is.
Yeah, exactly. This is Goku, but it's Bardock, but it's Broly. Because he has
Broly's
the
hair
and the
It's Broly's hair and Goku's everything else, except he's a little slimmer.
Right. Is Bardock slimmer than Goku? he got killed
No.
before he could really buff up all his muscles all the way. So
No, Bardock was bigger at the time.
okay.
That was one of the. It was,
oh my god!
It was mostly the scar.
It's
right?
a cartoon, Keith. It's a Dragon
Oh,
Quest
yeah?
show. This thing kept just being called Dragon Quest, and I was like, well, what does that mean? It's a show.
It's a show.
Oh boy.
I would watch that. I would watch Goku be in Dragon Quest. They should have just put it as an arc in Dragon Ball Z. Goku hits his head again, and he thinks he's Dragon Quest.
He has to swing a sword
For a little
now.
while, he thinks he's Dragon Quest. And then Dragon Quest Goku can also have a crossover with Dr. Slump.
Sure can. Oh, Dr. Slump. You have a fun title.
They call me Dr. Slump.
Oh, so here's the Dragon Warrior 1 guy reimagined in the remake, and he's just extremely stupid. Let me see. Dragon
That's Gohan.
Warrior 1. Because if we can find the right Dragon Quest 1. If we can find the right art, there's one it's literally just saying armor. Dragon Quest 1 SF C. Yeah, maybe not. Anyways, let me tell you the adventure of trying to play a game that led up to Dragon Quest 3. I decided to play Final Fantasy 9 because we had some fun playing it on the marathon. It seemed interesting. But then as I'm playing it, you know, like I'm like walking around the town as Vivi and like talking to people, and the fans on my PS3 just like kick up a lot. Like I'm like as if I was playing like Dark Souls or something on my PS3, and I'm like, whoa.
Oh no, this is your very precious PS3.
This is my very precious PS3 that can play PS1 and PS2 games, and the one that we were having problems with that almost didn't play Metal Gear Solid last time, that I forgot that happened. So I was like, oh no, the fans are spinning up playing Final Fantasy 9. That's bad. I should close the game so it stops doing that, and then maybe Google like how to clean dust out of my PS3 or something. And then as I'm sitting on the system menu, not doing anything, the fans kick up again. So I'm like, oh shit, you can't even be on the system menu for that long. That's bad. So I'm currently waiting for a screwdriver to come in so I can open up my PS3.
Waiting for a screwdriver to come in?
It needs one of those goddamn Torx security heads.
Oh,
and I
okay.
actually have the right type of head, but the screw is inset into the plastic, and the hole is,
you should have asked me for screwdriver recommendations, because I have a great, I mean, I don't know if it has the exact bit that you want.
I don't trust me. I like I said, I already have the bit. It just can't fit in the hole. I am totally covered.
Let me send you the slick set though.
I thought I was totally covered on all screwdriver needs, except it turned out I actually needed a Torx T10 that was made as a single screwdriver. It's like they made the hole purposefully too small to fit a bit, like a screwdriver that had a bit on it, so that you had to have specifically a screwdriver that's a T10, because that will stop you from opening your PS3.
Okay. Well, if you're looking for a new bit set, this is my favorite one.
This is Keith's favorite bit set. It's a real bit set. Oh, it's Weeha. I know them. Oh, it was already on my desktop. Sorry, I thought I was on the podcast background and no one could see this. Look at these screwdriver bits. Weeha
this is a really good set with like nice and durable bits.
Oh, okay, yeah. I have one tool from Weeha, and it's like the chip lifter pry bar thing that was like too expensive, but all the reviews were just like, trust me, this is the one. Get this and use it for your whole life. You know, like that kind of thing.
Yeah. This is more expensive than I bought it for, so I'm sure you could find it for cheaper. This is just what I found. This is just like in my orders.
Yeah, I think I got it for like $5 or something. But you know, like I have all these.
Yeah. But I my bit set was like it was like reverse stripping, like using the bits were like stripping the bits.
Oh god.
Yeah, they were stripping the bits of my old. They were just like really soft, shitty metal, and these have been great. Yeah, it's Weeha and Xiaomi, who I don't know, but is like some also really like well-reviewed like tool company, and I guess I don't know who did what for this, but it's Xiaomi Weha.
Where'd my phone go? On the floor. Okay, so Final Fantasy IX on the PS3, that's a no-go. I did rescue. I rescued our Metal Gear Solid and Digimon World save files. So not only will we not lose those Let's Plays if the PS3 dies, now we can finally continue Digimon World without having to worry about disk read errors because we can just play it in an emulator. Like we always should have done.
Yeah. Well, you know us, we're total fanatics for original hardware.
We are. Both of us are. And it's the one thing
both of us,
we've always
not
been
just
in
one of
agreement.
us.
Yeah. And speaking of original hardware, I was like, I'm not as much into, well, this will be very silly considering the rest of what I have to talk about today, but I'm not that much into video game hardware anymore as I was like a few years ago. I mean, I know that like I go through things in phases, so I've just been waiting for like when I was going to get back into physical video game stuff, but I haven't really been into it, and especially the classic mini consoles have really turned out to be like the perfect middle ground for me, where it's like it's all, you know, it's like the ease of emulation of, you know, not, you know, getting all these games for free and having save states and having them all together in one place, and all it's all compact, but like it still has the authentic controller. And, you know, like I've realized over the years I'm a really visual person. If I want to remember, like it sounds stupid because it's like, well, don't you, if you want to play a game, don't you really want to play it? So you don't need help remembering that you want to play it. In practice,
no, that's bullshit.
In practice, this is
anyone
not how
who's
my
ever
brain
felt
works.
that way doesn't have ADHD.
Oh, okay. I thought that was exactly how you were gonna feel, but
no.
Yeah, so I just find, you know, like I end up playing these games so much more when I, you know, right now I just have a little NES sitting on my floor in my bedroom, and sometimes I look over at it and I go, oh yeah, I love my NES, and I was playing Dragon Quest and I should go play that. It just like helps as like a nice visual reminder for games I want to play. And it's been
This
really
is why I
nice.
have to have my guitar bolted to my wall,
So you can't
like on so I can't forget about it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna. At first, I wasn't sure if you meant bolted, like the guitar is bolted, like it needs to be there so I can't, so that it being on the wall can't trick me into wanting to play the guitar all the time. I'm like, that's a weird thing to want.
If I don't have like the stuff that I want to do in the room that I'm in, I will not do it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So like,
I'll just spend months being like, I want to play my guitar, and then not doing it because it's upstairs.
Right.
Which is, by the way, I have to
the
pass
same
by it to get to the room I want to be in. It still doesn't help.
Yeah. So anyways, I've been liking those mini consoles. But so speaking of real hardware though, my PS3 is overheating, so I'm like, all right, we're scrapping the FF9 idea. We're moving on to my next RPG idea, which is finishing Final Fantasy II on the Super Nintendo. So I go, bust out my cartridge. I spent, you know, a bunch of time looking for my Retro Duo portable thing and plugging it in and hooking it up to the TV. And I put the cartridge in there, turned it on. Save file's gone. Classic. They love to do that. So the battery's dead on that, I guess. You know, but it was kind of like, on the one hand, it was like, oh, bummer. I yet again got, you know, halfway through Final Fantasy II and then stopped. And on the other hand, it was like, that game sucks anyways. I'll get back to it later. Doesn't suck, but it's not as good as other Final Fantasy
You should just
games.
like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind Final Fantasy II out of your head so you don't have to go back to it.
No, well, okay, here's the thing is, weirdly, and this, you'll love this. And by love, I mean you'll hate this. It's classic me. The whole reason I got into Dragon Quest was because in my mind, I decided that I cared so much about Final Fantasy that I was like, one of my like personal lifetime gaming goals is like, I want to play all of the mainline numbered Final Fantasy games. and so I was gonna play Final Fantasy 1 on the NES, but I love starting at the beginning of things so much I couldn't help but start at the beginning of Famicom RPGs, so I played Dragon Quest instead. But then I ended up liking Dragon Quest more anyways. So now I'm also trying to play all the Dragon Quest games, but it's fine. I'll get to Final Fantasy 4 when I get to it. I like Final Fantasy 1 more than 4.
It's no surprise that we ended up doing the Sonic Let's Play the way that we did, because your immediate reaction to playing part of one game is to be like, I should play every one of these that ever came out across 30 years.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's like literally what it was. So it was like Sonic Generations came out and it had a little bit of every Sonic game, and I'm like, this makes me want to play every Sonic game. It also it's also that thing of when we were doing the Mario LP and you're like, why are we doing Tetris? So I was like, it's the launch title for the Game Boy, it's emblematic of the Game Boy. And you're like, why do we care about this when we're doing a Mario LP? And I'm like, oh, you don't get my vision, Keith. You don't understand my vision.
Yeah. And then fast forward a few years and we're denumbering them because we think they're too intimidating for people.
Whatever. Like the fact that we did like Tetris in the middle of the game of the Mario LP, that's the stuff about the Mario LP I really like. That was the good part. Remember when the
good part was me complaining about doing Tetris because I don't like Tetris?
Oh, I'm sorry, Keith. Let me clarify. No, the good part is never when you complain. But remember when we played Tetris and you got fed up and you pretended like you were leaving and you walked out of the room, and then I had to yell after you like, "No, come back."
Literally no. Zero memory.
Well, that was a fun time. Everybody loved that. That's at the end of the Tetris and Dr. Mario video. Not the Tetris video, not the Dr. Mario video, the Tetris and Dr. Mario video. Different game, different video. But there was, remember, Keith, do you remember that time when we played Duck Hunt because it came packed in with Super Mario Brothers, and we were playing Duck Hunt with the light gun, and I was like, oh, hey everyone, safety first. And then I put on the eye protection and I put on some over-ear headphones that kind of looked like the big like noise canceling like ear protection that you might wear if you're shooting a gun. Remember, that was a fun time. Remember that?
I do remember that.
We all loved that.
Unless you didn't watch it, and in that case, you should go and watch more of our videos.
Should you? The old ones, though? You should.
You just were talking about how good it was, so yes.
Okay, yeah, you should go watch it. Just don't.
That's not that old. That's only 5 years ago. That's only half.
It was more like 6, I think. I thought it was more than 5. I thought it was a lot more than 5, but I guess it's only like 6.
Okay.
Oh, so Final Fantasy 2 save files gone. Classic.
Yeah.
And I hadn't replaced the battery. And I know someone might be like, but Kylie, you know how to replace cartridge batteries and you do that all the time. Why would you start playing Final Fantasy 2 without replacing the battery first? And I think the answer is that I already did that with Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Quest 2. And after a while, once the old batteries start working fine, you just kind of fall into it and you're like, these old batteries work fine. Replacing batteries is super overhyped. And then my Final Fantasy 2 save file left. So then I said to myself, hey, it's a JRPG I haven't finished that I wasn't playing on original hardware, so I'll definitely have the save file. Dragon Quest 2. It's on an emulator on my PSP. I'll go dig out my PSP, go finish Dragon Quest 2 finally. And I do that, boot up the emulator.
I'm sure there was
save file gone, Keith.
I'm sure there was no way to do this, but how nice would it have been if if cartridge battery life was slowly replenished by the actual physical batteries in the Game Boy? Like if just a tiny fraction of the Game Boy battery was able to leach into the cartridge battery, and then it would just be forever.
That would be great. I was watching some video about retro hardware recently, and somebody said that when they were a kid, they thought that playing the game would recharge the battery, which I think is a totally reasonable thing to think. Like on Super Nintendo, just like you said, that it would recharge the battery, but of course, no, it does not. I mean, what would have been really great is if they could have just put flash memory in those things so that they didn't need batteries, but flash memory was very expensive.
Yeah, even like a third of a meg?
Third of a meg. Oh, not even. These chips are like 1K or something. Because you think about it, it's like, what do you need to keep track of on Legend of Zelda? What did you have to keep track of? Like your number of rupees
Positions.
And what items you had, and like that's it.
And where things were.
Was really interesting playing Dragon Quest II. It had a save file in America, but it had all these weird things where there were all these things about the game that would reset every time you reset the game, even when you saved it. And it to the point where you could totally abuse it, where like chests would just always had what they had, no matter how many times you had been there. So like,
what?
There was a chest in the basement of the castle that you start in that you can't access at first, but like once you're later in the game and you get like the magic key or whatever, you can come back and open it, and in there is an awesome weapon that you can sell for 10,000 gold. And what you can do is like go get the weapon, give it to your wizard so that they have a sick weapon, then you save the game, reset the game, get the staff again, sell it, save the game, reset the game, get the staff again, sell it. And you can just keep doing this forever. And it turns out, because in the original version in Japan, it didn't have a save battery, it was a password system. So like there was it wasn't ever saving the state of the game at all. It would just had to like whatever data you couldn't fit into that password didn't get saved. And so like all these like totally explained why the chests were so weird in that game. Dragon Quest 3 finally had it though, but anyways, my PSP fucking hates me. It deleted my Dragon Quest 2 save file. I was like right at the end. I had like 2 more dungeons to go and the final boss.
Your PSP?
My PSP. Yeah, I load up the game and it's just like, you don't have any Dragon Quest save files. I don't know.
That's fucked.
It's fucked. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to download a save file. Find one of those save files
right
at the
mind on
end.
this tea, Kylie.
You're losing your mind on a tea?
Yeah, it's really hitting me.
Oh wow, I love that it's hitting you. So I'm looking for a Dragon Quest save file. I think it's going to be easy. Dragon Quest 2. Dragon Warrior 2. I'm looking for a Dragon Warrior 2 save file.
Dragon Warrior 2.
This is going to be easy. People always be posting save states of old video games on the internet. You know how they do. Very hard to find. Couldn't, like, I'm looking. I just thought it'd be on GameFAQs. Not on GameFAQs. I'm searching around. It's really hard to find. Uh-oh. Did you spill some tea? Keith, did you spill the tea?
On the floor. No, my phone fell on the floor.
Oh no. Is it okay?
It did the thing where it slid across the table slowly over the course of 25 minutes onto the floor.
No. Get a rubber mat. Get a rubber mat for your phone.
It's fine. It's not scratched.
I have, Keith, I just put a new rug in my room, and so I have one of those, non-slip mats that you put under the rug, and I have extra. I could give you a little non-slip mat for your iPhone to rest on.
I found a rug a couple years ago
to rest on.
I found a rug like a year ago to buy for this room. I should just do it. It's like $35. I still don't know whether I live here or not, though.
Bummer. That's rough.
Yeah. I'm just waiting on mortgage stuff.
So I'm looking for the save file, and this is when I realized, like I was talking about how there was definitely a subculture that was way into Dragon Warrior in America, but it was like definitely small, is that I was really not finding a lot of Dragon Quest content on like GameFAQs and stuff, but I'm finding tons of like really old like 1990s Dragon Warrior fan sites that are like still up and have like their own guides that they wrote and posted on their own websites. So that was fun. Still not a lot of save files. I finally found one. It was like, but of course it was like the wrong save format. It was like a Retroarch save file, which uses a slightly different kind of save file from every other emulator, because Retroarch purely exists to be the most frustrating program in existence.
Yeah, fuck Retroarch.
It's like I don't even hate Retroarch for like the it's not authentic enough thing. It's just too fucking confusing. I don't know how it works.
It's super confusing, yeah.
Yeah, and like,
well, it's confusing, and it's also,
I feel like if I don't understand your retro game emulation thing, you've messed up somewhere.
Yeah, I've been, look, I've bragged about it before. I have been emulating since I was in short pants.
Literal short pants.
Literal short pants. I'm 28. I have been emulating for 21 years.
I've been emulating for 21 years. I've been pretending to be something I'm not.
There are no fewer than 8 old school campaign runners.
There are no fewer than 5 veterans of Kefka's domain in this room.
It's not okay. I haven't put a ton of time into trying to understand Retroarch. The problem for me is not how confusing it is. The problem for me is that, like, I think of piracy in general, not all cases, but in general, as like a good thing that that is like that is like broadly decentralized and open sourcey. And Retroarch is like
the opposite.
Like, I don't like someone trying to take emulators and turn it into an ecosystem.
Yeah.
Even if it's a free ecosystem.
Right. Because how long before they introduce a way in which it's not free? And I don't mean like Retroarch is going to be like, now you have to pay for Retroarch. But I could totally believe Retroarch being like, subscribe to a Retroarch Premium. You'll get whatever feature that wasn't there before that we decided to add, but this time not add it for free. Like whatever. I don't know. I just don't. I don't get the cores thing. Maybe part of the problem is that most of my Retroarch experience is actually trying to use Retroarch cores on the NES and SNES Classic consoles, which I guess is.
God, that was such a fucking nightmare with the PS1 at the cabin, the Conda cabin.
Oh God, what was that?
We were trying to use Retroarch cores on your PS1 Mini to play some fucking game, and it like didn't work. We spent like 3 hours trying to get it to work.
It was not the PS1 Mini. It was something else, because I don't have one.
Was it not the PS1?
But it was.
Okay.
What did we do? Did you have a Super Nintendo game you wanted to play? It sounds impossible, but I just
it was my Super Nintendo. You're right. It was my Super Nintendo thing. I think maybe we wanted to play Dragon Ball Z fighting games.
Yes, that is what it was.
We were trying to play Dragon Ball Z fighting games on my Super Nintendo.
No.
Classic? What is it called? What is
okay. I'm sorry. Yes, it was your SNES Classic. It's called the SNES Classic. Yeah. A lot
SNES
of
Classic.
I think more, if not as many, if not more people call them like the Mini. NES Mini, SNES Mini.
Because it's not classic. It's new and different. So it's
right.
Mini.
Exactly. It's such a silly name. Though. It honestly, it makes I think the name probably comes from in their weird arcane logic. I'm sure it's that it uses the same controller connector as the Wii Classic controllers. So they're like, we already have a precedent for calling this thing Classic whatever, so we're doing it. People will be confused if we say NES and Mini. They won't know what we mean, but if we say NES Classic Edition, they'll be like, oh yeah. We got it.
I would love for them to release a mini original Xbox and call it the original Xbox just to further confuse the Xbox.
Oh
just
my
to further
God.
confuse the Xbox line, call this the Xbox original.
Yes. I mean, this is literally what Sony did. I don't think they really meant it, but it's kind of what they did when they released
with
the
the
PS1. Yeah, the PSONE, as it is sometimes called, to explain to people that they mean a specific kind of PS1. A PS1 that was called PS1.
But fundamentally, what is the difference? There's a much smaller difference between a PS1 when the PS1 came out and the PlayStation versus a potential NES classic style Xbox called the Xbox original and the original Xbox.
Right. Yeah. The PS1 thing only becomes a problem if for some strange reason you need to tell somebody something about the PSONE specifically. You know, like when you like
or
if you want to tell
or
if
about
you want
the
to
PlayStation original.
If you want to explain to somebody that you had a miniature PlayStation 1 with a portable travel LCD screen on it, you have to go, I had a PS1, not like the one that was called PS1, PSONE with the screen on it. I had one of those. Instead of just being like I had a PlayStation Slim. Or what, you know, like if they had just called it PlayStation Slim, you could just say I had a PlayStation Slim. Everyone knows what you're talking about. They did the exact same fucking thing again because they let like some company like Panasonic or something make a special PS2 that was called the PSX. Do you remember this?
Okay, now yes, the PSX was like a DVD thing, right? It was like a Japanese exclusive, like
something. Yeah, it was like
a PlayStation DVD player.
I think they were trying to do
TV.
I think so many people were buying PlayStation 2s to be DVD players that they were like, what if we sold a DVD player that was, you know, like what if PlayStation 2 was the extraneous feature that you were also purchasing? You were really just purchasing a DVD player. And it could play
now,
PS2 games. What if you were buying a Panasonic DVD player that could play PS2 games?
Allow me to fix the PlayStation Mini, the PS1 Mini.
Go ahead.
I can fix it. Ready? First of all, the PS1, the PSONE, is
holy fuck. God damn it.
Really
I'm sorry.
Small.
Real quick. This goddamn PlayStation Classic. The PlayStation Classic that came out and everyone didn't like it and the price dropped to $15. And I remember seeing that and going like, I will not lose this game of chicken. This price will go lower than $15. And now I'm on Amazon
That's
and
stupid.
I'm seeing $95 and $78.
So how
truly
could it
an
have
L.
gone lower
Truly
than
a massive L.
$15? Massive L. Unbelievable that you would think $15, that's not low enough for this.
Well,
unbelievable.
I mean, it was one of those things where everyone sort of culturally decided that it had no value, and so like it came to the point where it just seemed like the only value it had was if you really wanted a tiny PlayStation. And I was like, I want a tiny PlayStation. I don't think I want to pay $15 for it.
They should have based They should have made
supposedly
a
this thing
PS1
was,
Mini.
Supposedly this thing was shitty at playing PS1 games, so it's not even like I missed out on like a great way to experience PS1 games anyway. So
they should have made a PS1 Mini that could have taken actual PS1 discs, and it could have also been an emulation platform, but also taken discs.
Oh,
and then it should have been it should have kept the HDMI out, added RCA out, or included an HDMI to RCA.
And I'm hearing this, and I think all these ideas are great ways to improve the PlayStation Classic, but I actually think that the greatest way that they could have really improved the PlayStation Classic was just to put computer hardware inside of it that was powerful enough to emulate the games that it was supposed to emulate. I feel like that would have been the most killer feature for the PlayStation Classic
if it took discs, it would have been bigger and could have actually had like the PS1 hardware in there because it's 2021.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think,
and then also the obvious thing is include a fucking DualShock controller that has a USB-A, not like your stupid proprietary same thing as the PlayStation but mini, like a mini stupid little thing.
Wait, no, it is.
It is USB?
Yeah,
I could have sworn that it was not USB. It
No,
was just like
I'm almost positive.
I think mini
PS Classic controller.
Then I take that part back.
It's USB, but it doesn't have any analog sticks. And I think they just did that. My theory is, well, okay, a two-part theory. The one is just that analog sticks and rumble are the two most expensive features of a controller by far, so they save tons of money by not including them.
And there's not a lot of PS1 games that use analog sticks.
I would say that there is actually a large number that use the analog sticks, but there aren't many that require analog sticks. Almost none. But one of them is Ape Escape, so you have to consider that. You gotta weigh.
They should have just had the right analog stick for camera control. It should have been a single analog stick.
So my theory was always like, oh, they're gonna put out a PlayStation Classic 2, and then they're gonna put DualShock on it this time. But then it was a big failure. But then that's been my theory with every single one of these consoles, except for the Sega one, and it hasn't happened so far. So I guess I'm just wrong. So I didn't get my Dragon Quest story. Looking for the save file, and I finally found. Right. I said I found a save file, but it was a Retroarch thing. So I literally spent like hours trying to like download this or that utility that's gonna like translate this file into this other kind of file. None of them are really working. But further on the track of like a certain.
Oh wait, hold on 1 second.
Oh,
sorry. Victor, we were talking about the PSX. Victor said, I think he's thinking of the Panasonic GameCube, and I said it was a DVD player. No, the PSX was a Japanese only DVD player and digital video recorder.
You mean a DVR?
It's DVR. Yeah, it was designed to be a general purpose consumer video device. It was marketed by the main Sony Corporation instead of Sony Computer Entertainment. It does not carry the usual PlayStation branding. Its high cost resulted in poor sales, prompting Sony to cancel plans to release the PSX outside of Japan, making it a commercial failure. It has actually a pretty slick look. I feel like this belongs under a modern TV, honestly.
Let's take a look at. Oh boy. Well, let's give folks a look at this. I mean, is this slick? I don't know.
So pictures that picture doesn't look that good, but there's the picture on the Wikipedia page has a nice gloss to the white that looks nice.
Okay, this one looks silvery actually. So yeah, this one looks just straight up beige.
And then that one with the green underneath it. I think these look nice.
This one.
I mean, for
nice.
a thing that was made,
this is a totally different finish than that other picture. Like, I don't know if that was like prototype hardware or what, or if this is just a very poorly lit photo.
I think it's a poorly lit photo. Look at that one. Look at the one with the green table underneath it. I think that's the picture from the same. Yeah, that one. I think. See, that's that white finish. It's got a nice gloss to it. It's those nice dark borders. I think this is a good looking device. I
mean, listen, I already am. It's already been long enough from beige computers that I've started to think boxy beige computers are cool again. So the PSX is back in. Everyone wants it. Everyone's talking about it. And yeah, when I was saying, I think this was from Panasonic,
Panasonic GameCube has a really cool look though.
Definitely in my head, I was like, I'm probably getting this wrong because Panasonic made that GameCube thing. It made the Panasonic Q. And here's what it looks like, and it's a totally nuts. It's like what if a GameCube was the dumbest stereo system at Walmart in 2002, and it's exactly what it is.
It rules. I think it absolutely rules.
It it a little bit rules. So like the McDonald's arches on top are totally nuts, but now I'm realizing like, oh, this was supposed to be a play on like the handle. Like they moved the handle from the back and now it's a double handle on the front, on the top sides.
Right.
It's very strange. It's so weird. But yeah, if I had seen this in whenever this came out, I would have thought it was the sickest thing. I mean, come on. I'm looking at it right now. It is a GameCube, not only with a feeder tray, but with a full-size feeder tray. It's so funny looking back that the fact that the GameCube couldn't play DVDs is like such a total non-issue at this point. Like it would never even occur to us to even think about caring about a GameCube playing DVDs, but it was a big detractor at the time. Like I remember like hanging out with my friends and playing Melee for the first time and being like, this is a totally sick sequel to Smash Brothers. But I was just like, man, I wish it could play DVDs because I didn't have a DVD player. And my friend was like, yeah. But if you might, and this is like, it's easy to forget, like this is where we were in tech. But I was like, I just wish it could play DVDs. I really want to watch DVDs. And my friend was like, well, yeah, but dude, if you want to, it's a game system. It's for games. If you want to watch DVDs, get a DVD player. And at the time I just kind of said I was just like, oh yeah, I guess. But in my head I was like, dude, DVD players are expensive. I can't afford that. Like this is like back when you couldn't afford a DVD player. And this was like one of my more wealthy friends who could, I guess, or whatever. Like
just whose parents bought a DVD player.
Yeah, I mean, I am,
buy a DVD player.
Yeah, I'm one of several millions of people whose first DVD player was a PlayStation 2. It's part of what made the system such a massive success.
My first DVD player was a combo VHS DVD player.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, my parents bought it, but my first DVD player was the dongle that you bought. That they pretended you needed to do DVDs on an Xbox.
Keith, I'm gonna quietly sneak off to go pee while you're talking, so just keep talking, and I'm gonna pee. Just
I was
know that
done.
I'm peeing
That was
as you're talking. Oh nope.
Okay,
keep going.
fine. That's the biggest. I guess I could be wrong about this, but it seems to me like one of the biggest scams in like you have to buy this to add functionality to your thing was needing to buy the remote and IR receiver so that you could play DVDs for like $30 so that you could play DVDs on your Xbox, which clearly already could play DVDs because how would like just use your controller? Why couldn't I just use my controller for the DVDs? I don't understand.
Oh, Keith,
that's all I had to say.
You probably couldn't tell, but I wasn't here just now. I was in the bathroom peeing, but I was listening. And we talk about this a lot, and, not like I'm here to defend ways to nickel and dime people, but it is literally not true that an Xbox could just play DVD movies. Because... why? Oh, okay, you don't know. Devices need to pay a license to the DVD consortium to be able to play DVD movies, even if they can access DVD files.
I thought that license was already included with the Xbox.
No, the license, the reason that you had to buy a remote to play DVDs on the Xbox and the remote cost $30 was because the license to play DVD movies was built into the cost of the remote. Just sell me the license on its own,
right? And
yeah,
let me save the money on the remote.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, you could probably view it as that's what was happening because that remote probably cost $2 or something,
right? Yeah,
but yeah, no, you're totally right.
Even if it was $5, especially because it's actually, hey, I'm calling 2004 here. It's me. It's Keith on the phone. It's actually better to just control your movies
I'm getting
and stuff
a phone
with
call
controller.
right now. Hang on.
Oh, that's weird.
Hello? Oh my gosh, it's Keith.
Oh, hi.
Keith,
yeah,
how are you reaching me all the way here in 2004? This was a secret.
Time phone? I have a time phone.
No,
in 2021 we built the time phone.
I have a time phone.
Right, I sent the time phone back in time for you to have for this phone call.
So that was you this whole time.
That was me this whole time. So do you know the original Xbox?
The mini version of the Xbox that they just came out with that emulates all your favorite Xbox games.
In 2004, you have that? This must be a different timeline.
No, I'm Keith. Obviously, I'm from 2020, but I've been here in 2024 for a bit.
Okay, so no, I mean the original Xbox.
Don't tell me how the election turns out. I haven't checked yet.
It's not interesting anyway. The the dongle that we put in the original Xbox so that we can play DVDs, so we can use a remote with it.
Oh, you mean this dongle right here, the Xbox DVD remote and dongle?
Yes, that
one.
That thing. Yeah, that one.
Well, here it is.
That's actually worse to use than just doing play pause on your controller.
Oh, I disagree.
We just all use controllers now, not remotes for controlling. Everybody, like pretty much everybody on the planet.
Everybody
doesn't use a remote. Yeah, pretty much everybody.
Just from like mid 2020 to early 2021 was enough for everyone to switch to game controllers for controlling TVs?
No, it actually was. It's been like that kind of for a while.
Oh,
everyone does this. No one likes remotes.
Oh, Keith, I just figured out what's going on. I figured it out. It's that, and this is something that the viewers / listeners, whichever of the two you may be. I don't want to make any judgments. If if you feel like you're not a viewer because you primarily listen, I don't want to deny you that. What they probably don't know that I know, because I get to go to Keith's house when there isn't a pandemic happening, and I know that Keith doesn't have any fucking TV remotes, does he? He just uses game controllers like a fucking monster, like an absolute
it's literally better.
Filthy animal. It's awful. Every controller.
What are you talking about?
Every controller always puts fast forward and rewind on the triggers, which I will grant you makes sense when you're holding it in your hand. But every fucking time I go to put the thing down on a flat surface because I'm ready to sit back and watch my movie, it bumps the fucking trigger and then it starts rewinding or it starts fast forwarding, and it's garbage. I hate it so much.
This basically doesn't happen for me.
We're all proud of Keith for being an expert. He's been using game controllers to control movies for years. He's a pro, and he never screws up. And we love that about him.
By the way, the reason I have no TV remotes is because I don't have cable. Because why would I have cable? I have an Xbox.
Yeah, you have an Xbox with this remote right here.
No,
I don't have cable, but I have a dedicated media HDMI device that has its own little remote, so that I can download like the YouTube app, but use a remote.
But then you have to switch from Xbox to that?
I do, and this might shock you. I actually think it's worth it to switch from a device that will give me a bad experience to a device that will give me a good experience.
I've had a Roku before. It was miserable. It was so slow. For a generation of people that spent years complaining about how slow like the Xbox One and Xbox 360 interface were, what's always been slower than that? Like smart TV interfaces and Rokus.
Only 2000s kids will remember this.
I remember that. I'm not a 2000s kid. How does that work?
You are a 2000s kid.
I'm a 90s kid. We both are.
I feel like it's slightly pushing it to call me a 90s kid. You're not a 90s kid. You were 7 when it was 2000. Is that a 90s?
No, I was.
You grew up. You were
8 when it was
8.
2000.
Sorry, the ages of 8 to 18 doesn't. You weren't a kid during that period, that extremely formative period in a person's life.
Listen, I know is that all of this stuff. Look, I've been online. I know all the things that say only 90s kids will remember, and I remember all that stuff.
You remember all that stuff.
There you
go. Let me go back. I did start off by denying you 90s kid status, but I'm actually not sure why I did that, because I don't actually think that. What I really meant to say was I think you and I count as both 90s kids and 2000s kids, because only 2000s kids will remember this see-through green Halo Xbox, and I remember
Why wouldn't
it
a 90s kid remember that?
because shut up, Keith. Fuck you. Is that enough for you? Because my bit was funny and you should have gone with it. That's why.
Okay, do you want to try again? I'll play along this time.
Okay. Let me try again. Wow, only 2000s kids will remember this HD DVD disc drive add-on for the Xbox 360.
Oh, wow, that sure is true, because as a 90s kid, I don't remember that.
Wow, and Keith, because Keith loves Keith loves watching media on his Xbox, and that's why when he sits down to watch a movie, he sits down to watch it on HD DVD on his external HD DVD drive for his Xbox 360.
Yep, I still use my 360, and the only media that I consume is media that came out on HD DVD.
Hard to believe Keith doesn't want to use this baby.
God, can you believe it is so stupid that there was like with the obvious and imminent collapse of physical media, that there was like this big stupid war over which kind of HD DVD was going to be the real HD DVD on the very devices that were helping kill
honestly dude,
that exact format.
Honestly, I don't know that it was that obvious for most people at the time. I remember, I guess like HD DVD must have been the very last thing that Microsoft ever had Bill Gates say anything for, because I remember there was like a quote from Bill Gates that was like, HD DVD versus Blu-ray will be the last physical format war. And even I heard that and was like, boy, I don't know, that's quite optimistic, Bill. I'm really not sure I believe that. And like 2 years later, right. I was like, oh, I think they were right. Like now looking back on it, they were totally right. But at the time, it was kind of like, you really think this is going to be the last kind of movie people buy in a box? I don't know.
I didn't even buy those in a box. I own like 2 Blu-rays.
Yeah, I have.
And I didn't even buy them.
I have a small collection of Blu-rays, but it's much, much smaller than my DVD collection, even after I got rid of all the DVDs I didn't want anymore.
Yeah.
But look at you remember.
And you know what I do with my DVD collection, by the way? Literally fucking nothing. Like, I'm just as likely to download another copy of a DVD to stream to my Xbox that's higher quality than play a DVD. And that was true when DVDs were coming out still. Like, I was always just downloading better versions of those movies online.
Hey, Keith, do you remember this? Hey, Keith, do you remember this? I know your dad had this. This remote is ugly and stupid and whatever. I did love that it had the Xbox 360 Jewel button on it, though. That button felt cool back then, and the fact that it was on a remote was also cool. But here's a button I bet your dad...
like the Windows button.
I was just going to say, I bet your dad was pushing this button down here, starting up his Windows Media Center.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that button
my
was
dad's
down
so
there.
weird. You know what he used this remote for, right?
I thought it was for his Windows Media Center.
Well, basically, but he used it to receive... He used it to stream. He had a wireless Seagate hard drive that was connected directly to some like wild movie piracy thing that he had set up on his desktop. So he was going from his desktop to the Seagate, back into Windows Media to the Xbox.
Yeah.
And he just had like terabytes of downloaded movies that he probably never even watched.
Yeah, I'm thinking like that's what's so funny. And like I totally fall into this kind of stuff all the time, but not enough for me to actually compare myself to your dad. But knowing him, it's totally like, I know that his hobby isn't watching tons and tons of pirated movies. His hobby is setting up Byzantine media systems within his house.
Yeah. So... yeah, totally. Yeah. He just likes He's the kind of guy that was building computers in the late 80s and early 90s and trying the newest games on them to make sure that he made a good computer and then never
played
the game
them
again.
Yeah, the first time I saw Myst was on your dad's television, which was actually his computer, because he had
a giant gateway.
He had a giant. He hooked up. He created a PC, but it's a television setup. Back when that wasn't the thing.
95.
When anyone had. Yeah, it's interesting.
In 1995, he had a 36-inch TV desktop.
There was that moment in time where computers were so expensive that they would often sell, like the lowest price ones would be sold without a monitor and you could plug them into your TV. But this was past that point where TVs and computer monitors were completely separate objects. But at Keith's house, Keith's dad had made their television a computer, and it was like the craziest, high-techest thing I had ever seen. And then I saw Myst and was like, wow, this looks amazing. It also looks extremely boring in an adult kind of way. So I'm like, wow, isn't this such an adult game?
I have two memories of that TV. Besides using it as like our TV, it was in our living room. It was our TV.
Yeah.
Like it was genuinely the thing that we just watched TV on. Yeah. Also.
You had I remember now. There was a wireless keyboard and mouse to control the TV, which again, totally normal thing. You're like, oh yeah, wireless keyboard to control your PC television. Not in 1995. That was bonkers.
Yeah, it's bonkers. Yeah. I have two memories of this. I remember being 3 or 4 years old when this was being set up, like probably just turning 4, and like playing in the media stand as it was being assembled. Very early memory of mine of just like using it as a toy, just like crawling through and around the like base of this thing. And the other thing was watching my parents play You Don't Know Jack.
Yes, I remember watching my mom play You Don't Know Jack with your mom and just being like, what is this?
When You Don't Know Jack came back, like when Jack, like I immediately was like, holy shit, You Don't Know Jack. I love You Don't Know Jack. I love watching adults play You Don't Know Jack.
Right. What's really funny was at the time, I'm remembering, that wasn't my first time seeing a You Don't Know Jack thing. My first time was when George had like the electronic tabletop version of You Don't Know Jack that was like a plastic game thing that held trivia cards, and everyone had a buzzer button that they could buzz in on. And to me, that was You Don't Know Jack. And then I was like, wait, You Don't Know Jack is a computer game?
That's so funny. I didn't even know about that. Was it based on the TV show?
I mean, it definitely had. Was there a TV? Was there a TV show? Mm-hmm. Oh my god! I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, Jellyvision was really out there.
It definitely had a game show vibe to it, but that's You Don't Know Jack
because it's a quiz game, right?
It's a quiz game. Also, you know what? I'm now realizing that memory probably stands out in my mind so strangely. Because I remember that your mom was like excited to play this game with my mom. She was like, oh, you got to see this game. It's so much fun. But my mom is like super not into games. So I just remember it was such a weird thing to see my mom and your mom playing a video game and enjoying it. Cause I've never seen, it's not a thing I've witnessed before or since.
Yeah. It's because the context that we understand video games and our mothers is for them to be frustrated with us about them.
Right. Or like at best absolute indifference.
Right.
Even board games. Like I remember one time we had like a copy of Monopoly and Scrabble that we played a lot because I loved Monopoly and Scrabble, and they got really beat up. And then or actually scratch the Scrabble one, just Monopoly. And then one day my mom came home with like this was like back when they were selling like they instead of having 18 different versions of Monopoly, they just had like cheap Monopoly and expensive Monopoly if you wanted the better set or whatever. And she came home with like expensive Monopoly and expensive Scrabble and was like, these are my copies of Monopoly and Scrabble. I don't want you to use them because I don't want you to mess them up or damage them. They're mine and I want them to be mine, and you have to ask me if you want to use them. And I remember being like in my head, like, does my mom even like Monopoly? Like, I remember just thinking like, wow, so weird my mom cares about these board games, because I'm not sure that she's ever cared about a game. And I was right. She like never played those Monopoly. She played like one, she probably played Scrabble a few times. I don't think she ever played Monopoly.
That's the difference, because I was always playing board games with my mom, but the jump to video games was like, I mean, it was a gulf as wide as the Grand Canyon. Like, it was just, there was no, it was a different thing to her. And I assume that it's a sort of thing where it's just like, she also had a prejudice against animated movies. Like, every time she was always like, I don't want to watch an animated movie.
Wow.
But every time we did get her to watch one or take us to see one in the theater, she loved it.
Yeah.
But she just had like this weird thing where she was like, I'm not a kid, so I don't want to watch an animated movie. And this is not, by the way, this is not when I was a child and that was what she was taking us to, because I was like 6. I'm talking more like when I was like, I don't know, like 12 or something. Yeah. And
you're
we
like
were picking a movie.
You were probably... Oh, well, you're probably like 10 when Finding Nemo comes out, but that sounds like one where, it's like you're 12 when you're like, you don't need to, like, the kids movies become weird when you're 12, but it's like, who is this for? There's no more little kids in this house. Who's this for?
Right.
Not for me, your mom who hates video games and cartoons.
Right. And it's just because, like, to her, that's not like cartoons are made poorly specifically because they're for kids or something, and not like, now we obviously live in a world where there's tons of high quality cartoons with the expectation that lots of adults will want to watch them on purpose by themselves.
That is interesting, because our moms grew up in the 60s and 70s when all children's animation was abjectly terrible. Like, the movies, you might have your handful of 60s and 70s Disney cartoons that you like, even though it's questionable because they're not very good. But like but even those Disney movies are not like the classic Disney movies. And Disney was kind of putting out the best animated films, and the TV shows that were on television at the time were just total dog shit. Like, it's actually incredible to watch them. It's so funny. Like, when children's media became good was when they were allowed to make the shows like toy commercials. Not that I'm happy about this, but it is interesting to see how badly the restriction of advertisement was like not helping children's media at all, because it just seems like instead of actually making like wholesome educational material, like I think was the idea behind not allowing advertisements, instead it was just like, well, we can't sell anything, and they're just kids, so they'll watch anything, so it doesn't have to be good. Just make the cheapest garbage shit. Like we literally, like, scripts literally written in like a weekend or even less, like multiple scripts written per day, multiple episodes animated, per week, probably. Like,
to put this in context,
nuts.
To put this in context, I once heard someone talking about loving the time that they spent writing on That 70s Show because of how fast they could write the scripts. And it's like, a lot of comedy writers' rooms are famous for being like extremely horribly overworked nightmares. And it was like, yeah, That 70s Show, we were done by noon, like, every day. And so if that's how fast they could write That 70s Show, imagine how fast they could write He-Man.
Yeah, imagine how fast they could write an episode of the Flintstones or the Pac-Man cartoon or the Donkey Kong cartoon.
That
70s show, like, it's funny because that 70s show totally comes off like a sitcom that you could write in an hour or two, but like, it's not a bad one of those. Like, I like that 70s show. It's one of the better ones.
I
like that 70s show a whole lot more than like other like broad multi-camera sitcoms.
Yeah. Anyway, so the idea that that somehow she was enjoying Jackbox It's like very funny.
You don't know,
or
Jack,
you don't know Jack,
yeah.
not Jackbox. But then I never was able to get her to play the new You Don't Know Jack with me. I don't understand why.
That is very strange. That's extremely
Yeah.
strange. Honestly,
Yeah. Not that I was like really, when that first one came out, I was already like not living there. Like I already wasn't really living at home. So I think it was like maybe a holiday thing. Like she never played You Don't Know Jack with us at like the Christmas party.
yeah, I'm
Right?
thinking that now. She didn't, did she? Or I mean, honestly,
But that was a game that she really enjoyed.
I mean, could it just be that she just knows by now that she doesn't like competing against you in quiz games because she doesn't win?
I've never lost a game of You Don't Know Jack in my life.
That's I can't dispute this. It sounds impossible. It certainly isn't possible if we keep playing You Don't Know Jack. So I guess we're gonna have to play You Don't Know Jack.
We together have played You Don't Know Jack several times. Never lost at one of those family events either. And even the time before that, when that first Jackbox party pack came out, I said the same thing to George, and George was like, "I'll bet you $20 right now that I'll beat you in You Don't Know Jack." And I said, "I'll take it," and I won.
Yeah, and do you remember what else happened as part of that?
No.
Like how else the bet taking went? Well, because after that, I think George was like, "Are you in? Let's all put in $20." And I was just like, "No, like I won't do that because I'm not gonna win." And then I didn't.
Yeah, well.
Now
George just likes losing bets, I think.
Yeah, George, and this is not something I think George would be able to dispute. George might have a little bit of a gambling problem.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at this Dragon Quest art again. Look at these. They're so fun. Look at this guy.
So now do we...
Don't
now,
you just
now that
want
it's
him?
one-
You know, it's like before we're joking
what?
that it's Kami, but like, don't you just want that guy to be Kami? Look at him. I mean, not like literally, but like, couldn't he just totally be a sage in some kind of Toriyama show? Look at him.
Oh, yeah,
he's got
totally.
the stick. He's got the stick. He's got the face who's not happy. That's pretty much all you need.
What is he as?
This person has a large mustache. Okay. And now listen, I'm not
Oh,
here.
who is that that mean looking guy?
This guy? That's the male
No,
soldier.
Two lower.
Oh,
Two
this
below.
guy?
No, two below.
Oh, two below, this one?
Yeah, this guy with he's got like or at least the what does it say? The thief. The girl thief is wearing baby's clothes.
Yeah, so
From
this
GT.
class is not in the NES version. This was added for Game Boy Color, or I guess for Super Famicom, but we didn't get that one. So yeah, this whole design, it is a choice. It's a whole choice. I keep doing that.
By the way, I can't remember if I said. I meant Baby, the character from Dragon Ball GT, not dressed like a baby.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't really sure what you meant by baby. I was like, I'm not sure I agree that it looks like a baby, but I do agree it's a stupid outfit. So, I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's baby's outfit from Dragon Ball GT.
We have this man and his face and his mustache. They kept the priest design very square. I just like these pictures. I'm sorry. I distracted us on purpose. What's going on here?
She's getting drunk and he is playing cards.
Why is she so muscular if she's so weak?
She's not weak. She's just a bad listener.
No, she is. Well, but she is. They also have extremely low stats.
Oh.
I don't know. Here's your
is it time to actually play?
Here's your totally not that guy from Dragon Ball who later turned himself into a robot.
Yeah, it's General
Tao.
General Tao? Yeah, it's General Tao but with Gohan's face. Adult Gohan's face.
Oh no. Ooh.
It just put adult Gohan's face on General Tao.
Is that adult Gohan's face? It's some other.
Yes, it totally is. No, it's adult Gohan's face.
Okay, all right, that's fine. It's fine. Trunks is in this game though.
No, not adult Gohan.
Trunks is in this game, and he's got big trunks. Trunks for Trunks, and he's gonna steal things. I don't like this at all.
Oh my god, what?
This design sucks. I hate this.
People are sick.
What?
I just googled adult Gohan and it was like 90 different kinds of Dragon Ball porn. All I googled was adult Gohan. That's it.
That doesn't seem like it would happen.
It did.
Not... Oh, well, this is DuckDuckGo, so I'm sure it'll be totally
Yeah, that's where it was.
Let's find out.
Oh, your safe search is on.
Oh, it is? Oh, well, that's good because I always
safe
like
search
to be
moderate.
safe when I search. Where are you seeing this?
If you go back to it, just says it under images. It just says it on like underneath your toolbars. No, wrong. Go back to images. Do we really need to prove that I'm right here? It's right underneath the word images.
Yeah, we do. Off. Adult Gohan. Wow.
People are sick. You sick freaks online.
Oh, it's good. Hey, no, Gohan's an icon, and we all know it.
I'm trying to find a picture of him like frowning.
If I wanted to create a fantasy hero that was as boring and unappealing as possible, I guess I would start with the Dragon Quest XI hero. It's not
just Trunks.
It's not finished, but it's getting there. Right?
That's Trunks. You saying that Trunks is boring? I mean, take away all Trunks' cool clothes, but leave the cool sword.
This guy's hair is much worse than Trunks' hair. It's flatter and it's brown.
It is flatter. There was a version of him drinking what looked like seltzer. That was fun.
We love when he drinks seltzer. This is a Gundam. Remember Gundams?
I love that there's just there's just like kind of person whose like hobby is just drawing Dragon Ball Z characters.
Okay.
Like, I know that fan art is a thing, but it's just like a kind of person who like doesn't really do fan art, but they do draw Dragon Ball Z characters. And this
is something.
Is it? Where's her other leg?
They're tucked. She's sort of like kneeling, like she's climbing out of it or something. It's not perfect, but I like the idea. I don't know why these legs are like this. That's just how robot suit needs to stand like that. It's very imbalanced.
All right, well, let's just get this.
Why would your feet go like that?
If you're about to brace for some sort of impact, you might do that.
Wow, who could have guessed that? Who could have guessed that people are so horny for Samus? I sure didn't know. Anyways, yeah.
What are we doing?
Nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, bummer. I didn't even
there's adult Gohan frowning to compare with the guy that's just
let's see. Compare with adult Gohan frowning. This is no, I didn't think about
the General Tao-looking guy.
I didn't think about Mystic Gohan, Keith. I wasn't considering Mystic Gohan.
When I said adult Gohan, who did you think that I meant?
I just thought you meant regular adult Gohan, which, as we all know,
it's the same face.
Completely different from. It's totally dissimilar in every way. Where did I? Nope. It wasn't that one. Where did they go? Oh, they might be gone now. It's fine.
It was from the long list of all the different ones. Yeah, that is the right one.
There it is.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So we're putting this here. These are the same face?
That's the same face.
That's a very similar face. But here's the thing. You know, if we're grading on some kind of neutral scale, you'd be like, that's the exact same face. On an Akira Toriyama scale, though, these are slightly different.
No, if you want, while we're playing Dragon Quest 3, I will Photoshop adult Gohan's hair onto this guy, and you will see that is adult Gohan.
You.
Literally, that face is more like adult Gohan than that guy in the cartoon was literally Goku. This is closer to Gohan.
There's
What's that character's name? Is he like a fighter? What is he?
Who? Oh, it's like Dragon Quest 3 male fighter. Super Famicom.
Okay.
I like her pigtails.
Sure.
I like her whatever this is. A shawl,
all right, let's play this game instead of just looking at pictures of the game.
Listen, I just love they're great pictures mostly. I love looking at them.
Sure.
And I think it's important because
I don't.
Well, just because it's not a game with a lot of visuals, but I think what makes it really enjoyable, which is easy to forget if you're just going to dip into it.
Pretending that the art actually is the game.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of it is playing out in your imagination, like you're reading a book, which I know sounds boring. But you know, I just mean that you would have looked at this art before you played the game if you bought it from a store. You wouldn't have if you just played it in an emulator. I'm just saying that there are things outside of games that get lost when it's just a file name on a list in an emulator that you play for 5 minutes. Is all.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree.
And also I wanted to go through the artwork because I know that you like a Dragon Ball, and so I figured you'd like the art.
I do like Dragon Ball. By the way, you should finish Dragon Ball Super because what they have out for the anime is really good.
I've heard this from you.
What are people doing?
But didn't we agree that? Don't we?
Look at this.
You're just looking at more Gohan porn.
What? No, it's not porn.
Am I gonna get banned?
What are people doing?
Listen, they are just following what Papa Toriyama taught them. Okay?
Here's what I need. I need Nappa. Give him a diaper and Gohan's head. And I need that.
And you need that. You need that. Yeah. Oh wow. We're in a Nintendo. There's a game here.
Yeah.
This is my NES Classic with all these extra games I added. There's no Dragon Warriors in the NES Classic because the game selection of the NES Classic is somewhat dubious. If you ask me.
Dubious, huh?
According to me, it's dubious. You're gonna give me you're gonna give me Super C instead of Contra just because people who've played both of them know that Super C's better? I don't know, sounds fake to me. You're gonna give me Castlevania 1 and 2 but not 3? You gonna leave out Tetris? Oh, excuse me, you're leaving out Tetris now? Oh, and you're not gonna put in Super Dodgeball? Is this what I'm hearing?
Is this what I'm hearing?
You're gonna leave out Spy Hunter? They did put in Ninja Gaiden, which was a good idea. They put out, changed Punch Out to the Mike Tyson's Punch Out, as one might do. I'm not mad that they didn't put in the Mike Tyson's Punch Out version, but that's a choice that I can make for myself in my own home. They didn't put in Genghis Khan, Keith. Can you imagine putting out an NES device and not including Genghis Khan built in? I sure can't.
Literally, no.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't even know what that is.
Exactly. No. It's some kind of strategy game that was very complex for the NES that is supposed to be really good. So I've had this on like the back burner for some kind of random thing we could maybe do for Run Button someday, like forever. It's like one day we could learn Genghis Khan. It looked fun. I don't know. Sorry, Dragon Quest. Here we are. It's Dragon Quest Warrior. I have some save files built up to show some parts of the game I thought were interesting. I don't remember what they are. Let's find out. I named my characters after my friends because I'm adorable. It looks like I have Cher. It's actually, my daughter can't say Cheryl. Or she can. She just has trouble with it. I think she hasn't heard a name that ends with an ill sound. So she keeps adding a D and making it Cheryl, which I think is really funny.
Like Gerald.
Yeah, like Gerald, like Cheryl's game. And so I named the character Cheryl, which I just think is funny. I enjoy it. And then, you know, I put in Coco for Courtney, and I named a character Ryza after my friend Liza.
And where am I?
Oh, where are you? You were the thief in my Final Fantasy 1 game, the character that hamstrung my whole party for the entire run of the game. And so I thought that was the perfect place to leave you. No, I'm sorry, Keith.
Like my fault.
Thieves weren't added until the Game Boy Color version, so there's just nothing I could do.
That is one of my favorite classes to play in things, is the rogue or the thief character, so.
This is your first place. I must have loaded this up because I think it was almost nighttime and I wanted to show the day-night cycle. There's a day-night cycle! Oh, this is Romalie. So the world is like based on the real world, and this is Italy, or as it's called here, Romalie. That's not Sicily over there. And we'll come up here.
Famously not.
I think these are, I guess, the Alps. I don't. Anyways.
I've almost got Gohan's hair cut out of this first picture.
Oh my god. No. Okay, let me go back to this. I'll put a little bit more brain data on this. This is what happened. I had these ready for last week, and then we ended up not doing snooze buttons, so now I don't remember what this first one's for. Let me talk to this king guy. What do you have to say? Okay. That is right. This guy, the king of Romalie. The kings are where you save your games in these early Dragon Quests. You can only save your game when you talk to a king. Least good part about Dragon Quest. You always have to talk to kings,
monarchy.
and they're always trying to get you to be a king. You know, at Dragon Quest...
That's never what happens when you try to talk to a king.
Dragon Quest...
Oh my god. Kylie, it just fits right onto his head.
All right.
The hair, I didn't even have to resize it or reshape it. It literally just maps over the head.
All right, let's look. Where is it? Oh, you don't have it up there yet.
It's not up there yet.
You know what? This game's probably way too loud. Is it too loud? How's the sound?
It was too loud, yeah.
Okay. Here's the thing, I do also want to check the stream real quick because I have a feeling that this filter doesn't look right on the stream. I'll have to ditch it, sadly. And you still haven't gotten your Gohan thing. Anyways, this king is like, a thief stole my crown. I'm really upset about it. If you bring back the crown, I will really be happy, and I'll give you something great. And I thought it was gonna be something to like progress the game, like, oh, it's the key I need to get through this door or whatever. But you bring back the crown, and he's like, you are indeed a true hero. What say ye? Wilt thou not rule this land in my place? And then you can say yes, and it is done. Henceforth, Kylie shall rule as king of Romalie. And then I'm literally this king. And I can talk to my assistant who's like, a new king is crowned. All hail King Kylie. I'm a king.
Congratulations on being a king.
Hey, how's my wife doing?
I don't have the game. I don't have the game anymore. I have. What are you doing?
I talked to my queen, and she's like, oh, you were wonderful, Kylie. Oh, probably just wonderful at getting a crown back, maybe? I don't know.
Oh.
I'll talk to this person. Oh, that your majesty would deign to address me.
I don't have the game up. I have.
Oh, no!
I have Chrome. I have
you
Chrome up.
Fucking did this. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But also, look at what I.
No, okay. I thought you meant that I didn't have the game on the stream, and I was like, you did this. This is your fault. All right, let's see. This is Keith's thing. We're gonna see Keith's thing now. Here it comes. That does not look like Gohan to me.
It totally is, though. You're wrong.
It looks very similar. I just don't think it looks exactly the same. Is all. As
totally
this
does.
one.
It's exactly the same.
It's just very, very similar, but the eyes aren't the same.
The eyes are totally the same. The eyebrows and the eyebrow muscle that he does, it's the same. Look, you know, that eyebrow muscle.
Okay, are you looking at my screen?
Hold on.
Look, this picture of Gohan, this boy's eyes are triangles. This boy's eyes are triangles. We go over here. This boy's eyes have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sides. They're not the same eyes.
That does discount that it's the same ears, it's the same nose, the same mouth, the same jawline, the same eyebrow shape.
You're right. You have described two faces that are very similar, but not exactly the same. As was what I said. I'm a king. Anyways, I thought this was a very delightful part of Dragon Quest III, where I just randomly become a king and then can't do anything anymore. And if I try to check like what my stats are, it just says, it is said that long ago the king was very powerful.
That game volume could stand to go down a little bit, I think.
There it is. And this is a little part of the game where you basically have to wander around and figure out how you not be the king anymore. This person says he last saw him heading towards the fighting arena. This is you remember in Fortune Street when they had those mini games where you didn't compete, you just bet on monsters?
Yeah.
It turns out that's from this, because there are these fighting rings where you can bet on monster fights and then you watch them play out. And you find the king hiding down here and gambling. It is I, the former king. The common people have it good indeed. I never knew gambling was so much fun. And then...
Wow, it's great to be poor. You can gamble.
Yeah, totally. Totally. Like, it just says carry on, and you can say yes or no. Like, no. What's this? No, you tire already of being king?
Are you giving up your kinghood?
I've given up my kinghood. And then when you talk to him from now on, he's like bummed out. Like, I would have offered you my kingdom. Alas.
Holy shit. Kylie, we're getting smashed right now in Blaseball.
Uh-oh. You are?
18 to 6. Yeah, the breath mints 18 to 6. So we had so Blaseball came back for the first time since like August or whatever, and it's really bad. So you might know. Oh, why does it say please wait? Is there story happening? Am I catching it live?
Huh? Oh.
I don't know. It just says please wait.
Oh, I have to.
Like the game is gone. It says please wait.
Where'd my stream go? Let's pull up the stream real quick. I forgot. We're gonna double check that stream. We're gonna double check that stream. And of course I click on the live tab to whatever. You know that feeling when you're like trying to do something real quick, you click on a button that usually is always instant, but for this one time it's like, we've decided that we actually need to take 10 seconds to load this. I don't like that. That's no fun. For this one time it's like, we've decided
I'm getting
that we hang on.
Where am I getting?
There's double audio right now. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
That's no fun. For this. Okay.
One time it's like
so here's what happened. But so everybody who's been anyone who's paid attention to Blaseball might know that one of the all-time greatest Blaseball players, Boyfriend Monreal, was incinerated several seasons back, which would have been like, we're talking like 7 months ago now. And our replacement for this, for one of the greats, our replacement player was a character named Pudge, who's easily one of the worst players in the whole game. And this has been we were right on the verge of being champions, I think, when we lost Boyfriend. And with Pudge, it's just been basically impossible to do anything, because they, instead of having an almost guaranteed batter on first out of the gate in the lineup, we have basically a guaranteed out with Pudge. And so we've been trying to kill Pudge, or get them switched to another team or thrown into the shadows. All of this makes sense. Don't worry about it.
Right, of course.
And it seemed like a really good season to get that done, because they introduced a thing called the Wills, which, long story short, are like team-specific blessings where everybody gets 2. But we just got a bad peanut reaction. Stu, who's one of our players, who's like right on the verge of being good, right on the verge of being great even. Stu Briggs had an allergic peanut reaction and lost like more than half of their total star count. They went down from like 7.5 to like 2.5 total stars. And so we now, the season was looking good. We had a winning record out of the gate for the first time in a while, and now it's just like, oh my god, now we have these 2 terrible players. Oh my god.
Oh,
so
sorry.
That's your Blaseball. That's your Blaseball update.
Nice. It wasn't on purpose that I didn't listen, but I had to do the game part of the game.
That's a great. I should use that, because it works even if it was on purpose. Sorry, it wasn't on purpose that I didn't listen.
So here I am in my battle.
This is what the battle looks like?
This is what the battle looks like. I know it's not fun or flashy.
No, surely it is not.
It really grew on me. The thing I hated at first in Dragon Quest 2 and 3 is the same way, is that all the battle backgrounds are black. And the thing was, Dragon Quest 1 had a handful of battle background arts that were really good looking, and I was like, why on earth would you get rid of that? It was like so nice. But then I remembered recently it must have been because the what the hell am I saying? They
sorry, it wasn't on purpose that I wasn't listening, but they're doing the drawing for the Earl Siesta.
That's fine. Yeah, I understand that. The Earl Siesta means a lot to me as well, so that's fine. Anyways, the battles in Dragon Quest 1 had really nice looking backgrounds, and then 2 and 3 didn't have any backgrounds at all, and I was very confused by this. Then I remembered that whole sprite limitation with the NES, where, like, to put big sprites on the screen, they would often have to use the background layer for monster sprites, and that's why like final bosses would so often take place in black voids, so that you could have a big scary looking final boss of a game or something. And in Dragon Quest 2 and 3 adds fights against multiple monsters, but I guess that results in not having any backgrounds anymore, which is sad, but that's why imagination is a big part of playing these early Dragon Quest games.
Yeah, I don't know, it feels like I would rather have the background.
But it felt like that at first. I think now that I've played through Dragon Quest 2 and I've played a good chunk of 3, I feel like I appreciate the extra depth that is added by, one-on-one fights are very flat in a turn-based RPG. Like a lot of just attacking and then attacking and then attacking. What's interesting here is some features that I came to rely on in RPGs like the PS1 Final Fantasies that I kind of came up on is the feature where, like, if you tell a character to attack an enemy, but then when their turn comes around, that enemy has died already, they'll just auto select a different target and then attack them. And this yeah.
Sorry, what are the big sprites that mean that you can't have backgrounds?
These frogs. These are big sprites. Sorry. These frogs are enormous sprites. Can't you tell how earth-shatteringly huge it is?
No. I can't.
That frog right there is made of at least four sprites, and then there was just 4 of them on screen. So it's right. Kind of using a lot of its sprites to show monsters.
Now imagine it. What if they had just drawn in art of the characters as if it were a background? Like, what's the difference? Oh, it doesn't blink? Who gives a shit?
Maybe, I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about making any
Because if they can draw a whole background in, then surely... Well, if they can draw a whole background in, then surely it's being done in a different way than the sprites are.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I
also don't know.
Yeah, I used to have no explanation, and that's when I was most confused. And ever since I remembered the, like, background sprite thing, it seemed like a very reasonable explanation for why you would have no backgrounds.
Yeah. And so to me, it sort of feels like of course we didn't put wheels on the car. You can't put wheels on the car and have leather seats.
Well...
The background just seems more important to me. It covers more of the screen.
I mean, not when you're fighting someone. Like,
I would rather see the background
in real life,
and
like
not the enemy.
In real life, when you're fighting someone, you're not really going to be looking at what's in the background.
Right. But it's different because a turn-based RPG is not real life.
But these are based on, Dungeons and Dragons literally doesn't have visuals, right? It's a game that's only in your imagination. This could be considered by someone a step up. I guess you could think of it that way if you wanted to. I'm not sure you'd be correct about that, but
yeah,
it's not like it's a far leap. Also, I was just playing, I've been playing a little bit of Pokemon recently as well, and I've been struck, like as I'm playing Dragon Quest, I'm thinking to myself, this feels really nostalgic, but I'm not really sure why, because I never played this as a kid. Why would I be nostalgic for this? It's just realizing it's because it's so much like Pokemon. Like, even the NES
background either.
Even the NES sound chip has a really similar sound to the Game Boy sound chip. And even these menus are just like straight out of, well, the menus in Pokemon were straight out of Dragon Quest.
Straight into Pokemon.
Yeah, it was straight into Pokemon.
The difference for me though is like you're talking about total screen real estate. That is that. First of all, black feels a lot different than like.
Oh, and that's right. I forgot. This also just occurred to me. You were just looking at Blaseball. Like You were like, sorry, Dragon Quest 3 is too boring. I'm gonna go to my... Oh, but I guess it's much more colorful because it's black and yellow instead of black and white text.
I don't think that's fair. There's a lot of information to be taking in Blaseball. It's not. Look, it's
Do
not.
you see how fast I'm reading these messages? I'm taking in that information.
It's not what they're showing. It's how they're presenting it to me. And if they're going to present this, I would rather them give me a background and then use the text to describe what you're fighting.
That was a Pokemon. Did you see that?
Or
the screen swirl?
Yeah, the screen wipe. Yeah,
that's totally a Pokemon.
Or just like make the sprites take up more space. I just like so much empty black nothing. I don't know. I just don't like.
No, and I totally get it. Like when I went from Dragon Quest 1 to Dragon Quest 2, I was like, oh no, like I don't know if I can play this game that's only about looking at static enemies in a black void. That seems like that might be rough. And it kind of was, but I got used to it. Like I was trying to explain before, like in later RPGs like Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, whatever, like there are a lot of these kind of like fail-safe mechanics that make a lot of sense. Like if you tell them to attack one of these mummies, but the mummy's dead by the time it's their turn to attack, they'll just attack a different mummy. Not in this game, but like that's what Final Fantasy 7 would do. In this game, it's like the old style where if they go to attack something that's dead, they'll literally just like attack the air in front of them or something. Or they just won't attack because they'll just be like, oh, it's dead, I'm not attacking. Which sounds really rough, but it ends up creating this whole strategy where like I pick all 4 of my characters' moves before they take their turn, and then I watch all 4 of my characters' turns and all 4 of the monsters' turns all play out all in a sequence. And so the strategy becomes learning how much health characters typically have and how much damage your characters can do with their different abilities, and trying to like maximize your efficiency on each one. Like I don't want to just have them all hammer the same enemy if I can help it, because I should try to spread out the damage. But if you spread out the damage too much, then you don't kill any enemies, and then there's more enemies left to attack you, etc., etc. Strategy. And there's also it's called parry. It's more like defend. I think they just literally didn't have enough letters for defend.
That's funny.
And weirdly, what really struck me about this game and the other Dragon Warrior games on NES after coming off of Phantasy Star is that is also a game that had to heavily edit all of the text and names in the game just to get them to fit on the screen. But this game seems to have like altered its game code. Like if I go into items, you can see each item has 2 lines so that it can say its full name. This is magic key, thief's key, leather helmet, half plate armor. On Phantasy Star, which was on the Master System, they only had like 7. They had like 8 letters per item maximum. So like leather helmet had to be like LTH.ARMR. And it's like that for like every item in the game, to the point that part of what's so helpful about the Switch re-release is that it gives you like it gives you translation charts at a button press. Like you can just hit a button and see a list of every piece of armor in the game so that you can understand what the names are and also see their stats really easily. It's great. It really helps the experience of playing that game. But then so when I go from finishing Phantasy Star and go back to Dragon Quest 2 and 3, I'm like, oh wow, I can read this. Like these are real words, and it's using a bunch of words. I was like very impressed.
This is using real words?
This is using real words, whereas like Phantasy Star was all these abbreviations because it couldn't fit the words on the screen. So it's like,
so funny.
You know, it's like you can look at this and think of it as like this really like kind of like hamstrung, like Dragon Warrior does not have a good reputation in terms of its localization. All the Dragon Quest fans, they're always going on about how it was butchered or whatever, but like The translation of this game is honestly a dream compared to the translation of Phantasy Star. Oh, I should heal Ryza before she dies. I don't have any, there are no revitalization items in this game, and I don't have any revitalization spells, so death really sucks in this one so far. Eventually I will get there. So this I'm in a pyramid right now. It's an area that I was stuck on pretty bad for a bit there. But now I've gone back in because I know there's some extra treasure that I can find, and I was just kind of looking for it while we were talking about Blaseball.
These are pretty detailed sprites for what it's worth.
They are, yeah. And what's really fun is well, I don't know if they ever showed up in the manual. Like, I don't know if they had enough space for them, but there are totally like real, like these sprites are all just like digital copies of real hand-drawn art that looks exactly like this, and all the hand-drawn versions all look really cute and fun. The sprite translations are a bit iffy, but you know.
Yeah, okay, so I was being nice, and I'm being nice. I do believe that these are fairly detailed sprites that look pretty good. I don't particularly think the designs are very good, but they are executed well. With a lot of detail. That's
definitely been something that disappointed me about Dragon Quest 2 and 3 specifically, is that Dragon Quest 1 had these really much more basic but like really appealing monster designs that even like were even more like recognizable as like Akira Toriyama designs. Like there's like all the skeletons you find look exactly like that weird skeleton robot with the long head in Dragon Ball, you know, like in the blue Red Ribbon Army arc. And that's really fun. So it had a lot of really cool, fun-looking monster designs that showed really well on an NES. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if like if they got like it totally could have been a thing where like they got Toriyama to design the Dragon Quest 1 monsters, and then like they didn't do that for 2 and 3, and maybe the designs just aren't as appealing. I don't know. But yeah, they were definitely better in the first one. But I have to say, part of the reason I've been so excited, I've been talking about this game so much, is like I've been really enjoying this game to an extent that I didn't even expect at all, because I liked Dragon Quest 2 well enough, but it got really rough in certain spots. It was very obtuse. Like, all of the classic things you can think of like, you know, RPG hangups, like, oh, you were supposed to talk to a person, you were supposed to talk to this specific person or bring this item to this place. It's
and there was
like,
just no way to know that.
Yeah, and like Dragon Quest 2 invented that, you know, basically, right? It's like, and that's what I mean when I was talking about, like, playing through these games, it's like you can feel these different teams like figuring out how to make these games as they're going, because it's like Dragon Quest 1, extremely simple. Sorry, I'm picking attacks here. Oh, I need to heal them.
For me, this just feels very much like it's out of the oven too early.
Well,
put it back in the oven.
That is what that's what I felt about Dragon Quest 2 the whole time I was playing it. And I knew that Dragon Quest 2 had that reputation, and that Dragon Quest 3 had a really positive reputation. And when I first started playing the game, I was like a little confused, because I'm like, this just feels like a carbon copy of 2. This just feels like they took 2 and just, you know, made another game in that engine, like it's like a Dragon Quest 2 expansion or something. But in really getting into the meat of it and playing around with it, not that it's completely different from Dragon Quest 2, but it's really in all of the details where they've really figured out how to construct these in a way that is more fun. So like, this is the first one that starts to introduce like elliptical leveling curves that are so common in a lot of games, you know, where it's like levels start out easy to achieve and then they get harder as they go, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but having more linear leveling systems in the original game caused a lot of problems, where it would lead to issues where like your third party member was always like 8 levels lower than everyone else because you got them later, and that kind of thing. And like and there's so, for as many times, for all of me saying like, oh, I was stuck and I had to go check a guide before we did Snooze Button, so many fewer of those like truly obtuse, unknowable things. Like I don't think I've encountered anything where there wasn't somebody who was like pretty clear about what I needed to do before I did it, except for maybe this first thing. So like maybe I'm 30% through the game and I finally encountered something that I think was just obtuse and stupid.
I will say, here's something that I've noticed. Your team is not here.
My team is not here. Exactly. Yeah.
There are those words up top.
Yeah. So Final Fantasy was the game that brought your team onto the screen. Yeah, it's interesting to think about how my feelings about that have changed, because there was a time when I thought that was obviously better than this. And now having played a little bit of, well, I've played through all of Final Fantasy 1, but I went back and played a little bit of it like a couple nights ago. And like seeing those little people on the screen was interesting, because I was like, Final Fantasy was trying to be more serious and less cartoony than Dragon Quest. I'm not sure they pulled it off on the NES though. Like, I don't know, it's weird. I do love my little chibi Dragon Quest sprites, but also when I'm on here, I don't know, when it's all in my imagination, it just looks cooler than it did in Final Fantasy, because it looked really lame when they did that.
I guess you know what it is, and I've had this sort of percolating for a long time.
We're done with this one.
I just don't like NES games.
Oh no, Keith.
I don't like them.
Oh no.
They're too old.
No, say it isn't so.
Well, because okay, so what are the best games on the NES? You got what? Super Mario Brothers. Don't care. Like, genuinely don't care.
Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, Mega Man.
Mega Man.
Yeah,
Mega Man.
Mega Man 2.
There's a renowned fighter sleeping
Mega Man
here.
2 fine. The Castlevania games, don't care. Metroid, not
Keith,
Super Metroid.
Hang
Metroid,
on, Keith.
no.
What about, well, no, obviously no. What about this? There's a renowned fighter sleeping here. They say he defeated a bear with his bare hands. Huh? Don't you love that? You love a pun. Huh?
Nah, that sucks. That's all there was. I thought there was about to be actually something cool happening.
Damn it.
But it was just a bad pun.
Oh,
no.
Fuck. Shit.
He defeated a bear with his bare hands.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to work on this. And
I'm not saying there's no good games on the NES, but there's so few games that I would ever want to spend my time playing.
We have this guy here who just run a shop. He just run a shop, and he got those chests back there. And if we go over here, we have the thief key. Wow, let us
give me a Genesis. Give me a Super Nintendo. I'm in.
But we can't get it. You know, I just, whatever it is, I sure do like a Super Nintendo. I sure do like a Genesis. But for as much better as I feel like the games on those systems should hit, they don't really. I'm playing. Oh God, you're so wrong. I'm playing Final Fantasy IV on the Super Nintendo, and I'm being like, sure, this game's fine, I guess. Dragon Quest 3 is so much better than that game. That game's for babies. I can't believe kids slightly older than me used to tell me that Final Fantasy 7 was for babies because the real Final Fantasy games were 4 and 6. Those are also for babies. I know you don't care about these games anyway, so it's not the point you're making, but
you know what is on the Super Nintendo is Chrono Trigger, which is a great game.
Yes.
One of the only JRPGs of this era that I genuinely really like.
Yeah, it's never. I've tried it a bunch. It's never really grabbed me, but it sure did. Well, okay, I shouldn't say it never grabbed me, because I was going to say the beginning of that game sure grabbed me when I played it on an emulator. Chrono Trigger was one of those games I discovered on emulators, and that was fun.
And hey, you get more Akira Toriyama art, so you should love it.
Sure.
You've got your main Goku, you've got Dr. Slump in there, you got a cool frog, you got Launch.
Wait, Wait, you have Dr. Slump in there?
Who's like the main character from Dr. Slump?
Oh, you mean Arale? Yeah.
Arale,
okay.
yeah, Arale's in there.
Sure. Here's something tough, Keith, is the enemies are grouped together. So I can attack Putrapup as a group, but I can't tell them which Putrapup to attack. So they kind of just do their own thing. Sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it's slightly less helpful.
Great. Putrapup's a cool name.
We all love that. We love that name. Cheryl.
Mean. I like mean. I like 90s Nickelodeon Krabby and Butterfree here. This is like Krabby and Butterfree if they were from like Ren and Stimpy or whatever.
Yeah. So I was confused about why I didn't have all of my abilities I was supposed to have, and I remembered this is a save file from before, and that's why. Mystery solved, everybody. We did it. Because I wanted to load up this file because I think this is a great little spot to show off the day-night cycle if they were and what it was doing in this game.
Yeah. I mean, not that you'd know that there's a day-night cycle, because when you're in a battle, it's just a black screen.
Right. I don't know. How did you know it was a nighttime battle in Pokemon Gold? You little snivelly jackass. Anyways, it's nighttime. I think it is.
Point proven, I think.
Yeah. The real tell is that the blue part of the water turns black and the white part turns blue. And that's how you know it's nighttime water. And nighttime water means the shops are closed. The king won't talk to you, because if you want an audience with the king, you gotta come back during the day. Stupid idiot. But you can sleep at this inn, and that'll make it morning again. Or you can break into this store with this thief's key. This game is way into you stealing things from people. It loves it.
Well, you're on an adventure, so everything you do is right.
Yeah, I'm trying to save the world, so obviously it's fine for me to steal this stuff. Because we heard that there was a powerful weapon for wizards called a poison needle that used to be sold at stores but isn't anymore. But there was one more poison needle hiding in the chest within the store. And I can equip this on my wizard. If I give it to them first, separate inventories. Is it annoying to have separate inventories for all 4 of your characters? Sure, but at least Dragon Quest III lets you see each inventory as you scroll through the list instead of making you select each character before you look at their inventory. And don't we all love that progress?
That does sound like progress to me. I gotta say, the thing that I can't do, the thing that I can't get from this because you're sure, is like whatever thought you're putting into the combat that makes it seem fun to you. I can't, by watching it, I cannot grasp that. So it just seems like you're walking around this, frankly, it is an uninteresting environment as far as I'm concerned. And then you're going into a battle where there's 4 stupid little sprites and a plain black screen, and you spend time there until it's over, and then you keep running around. And the key to liking this game, I imagine, is that it's fun to do the battles, but I literally cannot get there by just watching it, because it just seems like you're just spending time clicking.
I mean, yeah, certainly you're not wrong that the battles are more fun when you know what's happening. That's just good, honest sense making over there. I don't want to oversell it and be like, the battle system totally slaps and it's what makes this game great. Part of what makes this game great is when you go to the cemetery at night and the person who wanted to visit this dead guy is asleep and the skeleton is here doing a little dance and he says, "It's said that I once defeated a bear with my bare hands, but if you want to know the truth, I used the iron claws. Ha 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 ha." And then that lets you know, oh, my fighter who only fights barehanded can actually use that metal bear claw for some reason. Somehow that's allowed, we decided.
Well, because it's still a hand-to-hand weapon.
It's still a hand-to-hand weapon. This guy's over here. What's he got to say?
What game was it that I used to play?
There's
a game that I used to play where you could use claws like that. What game? What game was that?
Oh, you're thinking of Tifa from Final Fantasy VII.
No, that wasn't it. I'll be right back there. I gotta run to the bathroom.
Even a very weak wizard can bring down a monster by hitting a vital point with a poison needle. Long ago, they used to sell them at the item store, and that's your little hint for, you're like, okay, there's something called the poison needle. It's good for wizards, and it used to be at the store. Like, that's your hint for how you get that item. And so, yeah, what the poison needle does, it's kind of an interesting item for the wizard. They're a wizard, so their physical attack is already really low, obviously. But the poison needle does always 1 damage, but it has a small chance to instantly kill the enemy. But what's nice is they can switch back and forth between weapons in the middle of battle. So sometimes I'll keep just like a regular melee item on the wizard. But if I want them to switch to, if I decide like, your puny damage can't help, but it sure would help if you instantly killed this thing. So I'll switch to the poison needle and start doing that. Well, I came here, I loaded up this file because this was the next thing I wanted to show off, but if Keith is in the bathroom, I guess I will go back here. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return to Isis. There's just this kingdom in the desert called Isis. It was 1993. Okay. It's an Egypt thing. Guys, it's an Egypt thing. It's not a the thing about Keith not really liking these games, it's not that. I guess, it's like Keith just likes Pokemon so much. I'm always surprised by what a hard time he has enjoying games that are like so Pokemon adjacent, at least to my feeling. So this is the castle, and I want to go save my game. I want to go battery save my game, so I'm going to go talk to the queen.
Hello.
Here we're talking to the queen to save our game. The queen of Isis, the desert country. This is the first queen yep. It's called Isis. This was 1993.
They didn't know.
It's just very weird. Like the first time I talked to
the United States hasn't invented ISIS yet.
Yeah, the United States hadn't invented ISIS yet. But they knew it was coming, so they future-proofed it. Yes. Wait, why did I want to? Oh, so you
wanted to save.
This is brutal. This made me lose a bunch of progress. It has made me lose progress. Which is, if you go to talk to them, they'll ask if you want to save. After you save, they'll ask if you want to keep playing or not. If you say no, they'll be like, thanks, good, hey, good job, you did great. Don't lose your file. But the thing is, it will also do this if you don't save it, but then also don't continue playing. So, one time I had
accidentally
played,
save.
I played the game for 3 hours and then said you want to save, and maybe I said no. I changed my mind. Oh, this is what happened. I said no, and then it said, okay, do you want to keep playing? And I think I hit B because I wanted to cancel it, but it just interpreted B as also selecting no. Or like it interpreted, like I think I had yes highlighted, but hit B, and it just interpreted B as like the no button. And it put me on this screen, and I lost a couple hours of progress. That wasn't so fun.
Oh, that sucks. Invisible Wara says, I don't know. I think this is probably something that you said when I was in the bathroom, but this still makes sense on its own. I don't know. I have a similar thing with Pokemon, and I think it's mostly that I care about them on because I grew up with them and not because I like JRPGs. I just really love raising my sweet babies. I think that there's something that people have stopped considering because it's 2021 and Pokemon came out 2 decades ago, more than 2 decades ago. No.
So the reason I
more than
saved
2 decades ago
to reload it, I'm gonna change my message speed. I'm gonna bump it back down to a slower. What's weird is I had the text set really fast so I could get through the battles faster, but it's this thing where I'm not really reading it. I'm just so attuned with the messages the game puts to me that I know what they say without actually reading them, which is
Did you interrupt me because you thought that your thing about message speed was more interesting, or because you weren't listening to what I was saying?
It was neither, actually, and I know that doesn't make sense, but that's me.
I think the thing that people forget about Pokemon is that it was just really good. It was just a really good one of those. It wasn't just that it was, and then also it was portable. So it was like a really good JRPG, portable. And also it was portable, and you could just play. And so like the idea of playing something like this becomes a lot more appealing if it wasn't an at-home console and instead was like the video game I had with me at first grade at school.
Sure.
You know?
Yes.
Sorry, that's one of the problems.
I think I will say, you know, now that I've soaked in a bath of 8-bit RPGs and I've gone back to play Pokemon, I'm definitely like, oh wow, like, you know, they definitely were making an RPG for children on purpose, and it's really cool that they did that, because I'm like showing this game to my daughter and stuff, and seeing like, oh, here's the ways these games were like gently guiding you in how to play the game, even more than the overt stuff like the old man making you learn how to catch a Pokemon or whatever. And that's been cool.
Yeah.
But going back to those, like, beyond the straight up concept of having all of these different monsters that you catch and battle and they evolve and stuff, I don't know that the game is like great. Like, I think Pokemon,
it totally is. I've played
it totally
these games.
It knocks it out of the park in terms of its concept and execution on a portable system, but I don't know that it like holds up to.
Look, I don't want to. I'm watching this game and I'm like, I fucking hate this. I can't. I hate everything about this. I don't think I could find any fun if I tried to play this on my own.
Okay.
I still like playing Pokemon.
Do you want to switch to Pokemon?
We can switch to Pokemon. Yeah,
let's switch to Pokemon. Because
the thing and. Oh, we could also stop because it has been 3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah, it's 2.
That doesn't sound true.
It is. It's 2 o'clock.
I don't know. Sounds fake. I'll just pop it on for a minute. Pokemon gets into the whole thing that I've been focusing most of my energy on in the past week that I didn't get to talk about because I spent so much time talking about Dragon Quest, which is Game Boy modding.
You know what I've always wanted to do a Pokemon ROM hack.
To make one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to know how to make a Pokemon ROM hack. That'd be dope.
So the
My thing isn't going.
I think it's obvious what makes Pokemon different than like your traditional RPGs up to that point. But I think that like the having
Here we are.
like having essentially like access to 100 different party members and having them each have their own strengths and weaknesses, and also list of is this Pokemon Stadium list of moves that they're learning. That is like the main thing that makes the battle system unique. But also like look at how good those monster designs are. They're so good.
They're so well, yeah. They eventually became so good. By the time it reached America, they were pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The show was definitely the show.
Okay.
Like I remember, it was real easy to get over as a kid, but I think we all had that moment where we like loaded up Red and Blue. It was like, this is not how I'm used to Pokemon.
The behind. Oh no, not me, not ever. Well, except for the behind the behind sprites. I'll always remember.
Like
I always really loved.
Dude,
I always really loved how they looked in the game.
You never looked at Red and Blue Pikachu and was like, "What the fuck is that? That ain't no Pikachu I've ever seen."
Always loved that Pikachu.
Okay.
And it might be because no, that's probably not true. Yeah, I always loved the game Pikachu. I always loved all of them. If there was one, if I could like go back in time and like change something about Pokemon, it would be like, please spend a little more time on the behind the back sprites. I mean, the Pokemon that you see more than anything
we figured
else
out we figured out what the deal with that was, if you remember.
Did we? I forget.
Yeah, the deal was the behind the back sprites were all the original sprites that we didn't get in America, where they basically like copy and pasted the sprite and reflected it and then just painted it different so it was a facing away sprite instead of a facing forward sprite. But they all looked really weird. I mean, they were
even from the beginning cutting corners.
Yeah. And so if whoever don't know, Pokemon Blue version was actually a special edition in Japan that had updated character sprites, and the Red and Blue that we got in America had, or internationally, around the whole world other than Japan, had the updated sprites from Pokemon Blue version, which was their version of the third game that had all of them. They had red and green, and then they got blue, and then they got yellow, and we just had red and blue and then yellow.
Do you want to
like,
know the one?
Okay.
What was y'all liking?
Well, I was going to say, wow, I literally don't remember what I was talking about.
Okay, I'll say the one Pokemon, I think we're about to see one. The one Pokemon that I always was like, yep, there it is. The one Pokemon, I'm watching the Twitch. The one Pokemon that I always was like, oh, the show sprite has it so much better. Pidgey.
Really? Pidgey
is the game sprite that I'm...
Pidgey is like my favorite. Like Pidgey is my go-to for the one that I like better than the show design.
Really?
Yeah. I love that it's just a fucking bird. It's just a bird. It's just a bird.
Yeah, no, I don't.
You know what? I might have played this game before I saw the first episode of Pokemon. And this might have been my introduction to Pidgey. I'm not sure. But as you can see, it's totally different from Dragon Quest. The background is white. And
but look at how much screen is taken up with things. Look at how much of the screen is the art.
Are you counting the border? That doesn't count.
No, I'm not counting the border.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not counting the border. It's just the sprite. Yeah, sure, it's less detailed.
Now that I have...
well, the forward-facing sprite is fine, but it's like there is so much just empty black space.
Yes.
There's so much empty black space in Dragon Quest. Like menus, health bars, and sprites take up like 70% instead of like 40% of the screen. For what?
On 4. Well,
4 was maybe a little better.
4 was. We're gonna put that on 3. No. Wait, I can do zoom. What? This was always at the push of a button? Oh, we're learning new things today, fam.
There's.
Wow, we did it. I'm gonna bump that down to 3. 3 is better. So, to me, I mean, certainly I think this battle screen is more attractive than the Dragon Quest one, but, like, mostly just aesthetics.
Okay, well, you were trying to tell me that it wasn't.
Yeah, it's mostly, like... like... I don't get it. Like, there's just fewer sprites and the text is bigger. There's like even fewer words because the letters have to be even bigger. Well,
that's what I said when we were talking about it. I said it was the presentation of the information. It's not necessarily that there's a lot of blank space. It's that the presentation of that blank space also is bad.
Yeah.
And I think one of the ways that Dragon Quest 3 could have made it look better is if they had made the text even bigger.
But they couldn't. It was a system limitation.
Yeah, well, it's a limitation on how good your game can look.
I just feel like all of your takes on like Pokemon versus other turn-based RPGs, they just feel to me like a natural, understandable take that you could have as a kid when you like have, I don't know, it just like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I feel like the opinion of like Pokemon is just so much more fun and exciting to play than like Dragon Quest 3. It just reads to me like an opinion that's really easy to arrive at quickly as a child when you're excited about like fun monsters and cool colors. I just feel like as an adult, why not? I don't know. I feel like now that I'm an adult, I'm able to appreciate these older RPGs in a way that I wouldn't have been able to back when I was playing Pokemon. And I guess it just makes me sad
I feel
that you're
the exact
not there
opposite.
Let me finish. I just feel sad that you're not there with me.
Finished.
That's it. Yeah, I just had like 4 more words. I just wanted to get them out.
The time for me to have liked and played a game that was similar to Pokemon was 25 years ago, or 21 years ago. Like it is now. Over time, the time when I would have wanted a thing that was sort of like Pokemon was 21 years ago. I have only moved further away from wanting something like Dragon Quest 3 as time moves.
What I love about let's like say the Dragon Quest games is actually something that I really like about Pokemon games too, and it's what I think is like a big part of Breath of the Wild. That's why I love talking about how Breath of the Wild reminds me of old video games, is this feeling of like, maybe I can see how Pokemon is extremely on rails now when I look at it. But at the time, it just felt like you're just placed in the middle of a world, and it's not like... I love that in Pokemon, it's not that you're saving the world. You're just some kid walking around doing his thing. And it just so happens that in this world, walking around doing your thing involves monsters. Obviously, Dragon Quest, you are on a quest to save the world. But I do just like that it's literally the beginning of the game. They're like, hey, you have to save the world. Good luck. Get to it. And then you're just in this world, and it's your job to figure out where you're supposed to go, what parts have the strong monsters that you need to avoid until you're stronger. You gotta talk, just like Pokemon, you have to talk to literally every NPC to be able to learn where to go and what to do. But that's totally doable because there's only like 30 NPCs in the whole game anyway. So I just feel like
Sorry, there's 30 who in the whole game?
Oh, I was saying in both like old Pokemon and like an old Dragon Quest game, they're both games where you have to talk to like literally every NPC to figure out where you're supposed to go and what to do, but it's totally manageable because there's like 35 NPCs in the whole game.
Right.
And so, yeah, so like these are the things that I see in Dragon Quest when I play them that remind me of Pokemon. And for Pokemon, it's much harder for me to go back to nowadays because it has these things I just mentioned that I really like. But then I get into the gameplay, and it's even slower than Dragon Quest, which I think is pretty slow. And it's only one-on-one fights. So it's like there is strategy to it. But, you know, it like I said, it just feels simplified for children, which I don't mean as like a negative comment. It just is. I just think the strategy of Pokemon is fun, but there's just less strategy per minute. You know, the SPM of Pokemon's battle is just lower than, say, a Dragon Quest 3. What I've been doing going back between Dragon Quest 3 and Pokemon is usually the pattern is like I will play Dragon Quest until I get sick of getting my ass kicked by really strong monsters and not being totally sure what to do. And I'll get tired of that, and then I'll go back to Pokemon, and I will enjoy that it is relatively stress-free and straightforward, but eventually I will get tired of how straightforward and easy it is, and then I will go back to Dragon Quest so that it can kick my ass a little bit.
Yeah, I guess I just don't like. There's nothing about. If we're talking about like a zone of difficulty, like there's, you know, if we're imagining Pokemon at the sort of lesser end of its own sphere of difficulty, and then Dragon Quest 3 is in another sphere of difficulty. There's something about the JRPG format that where I would want to leave the Pokemon sphere. I'm just not looking for something. And we played those Final Fantasy games. I also don't think those were hard, like not even kind of hard.
No,
we didn't get very far in them.
Certainly they get harder.
8, which was confusing and weird, even that was like pretty easy to get a handle on pretty immediately. And so, like, while I'm playing Pokemon, I just will never experience, like, wow, I love this, but I wish it was twice as hard.
Isn't that what Nuzlocke is?
That's different. It's like, it's not in, no, it's not. First of all, no, it's not twice as hard. It's just a new way
I think Nuzlocke
engaging with the same difficulty.
I think Nuzlocke is many orders of magnitude harder than regular Pokemon.
Really? Have you seen my Nuzlocke?
I'll say this, I was somewhat taken off guard when I went to fight Brock because all of the Pokemon playing I've been doing in recent years has been Nuzlocks, so I never fought gym leaders until I was like really over leveled and I was sure that I could kick their ass. And trying to just run in there and fight him as soon as I could was really tough. And so, like, ironically, like, that ended up being like the tough part. Like, it wasn't tough to grind until I could beat Brock, but it was tough to beat Brock without doing any grinding at all. So yeah, I guess maybe that's I just have to readjust to regular Pokemon where I have to like not be grinding all the time. But then I want to level up my stupid guys. My stupid fucking guys level up so slow. They're so bad. Right now, Charmander is good, obviously. Nidoran, level 12, really up there, pretty bad. Trying to get there. Rattata, pretty much useless. Pikachu, kind of the same. Spearow, weirdly, is like my second heavy hitter, even though it's level 8. And Kakuna, obviously, is totally useless. And it will just continue like this for the next 3 towns.
Yeah, well, I think one difference between us here is that I would never fill up my party already. I would have maybe 4 Pokemon at this point.
Yeah, I've tried. I always filled my party immediately, and when I got older,
maybe it's from the trauma of trying to beat Brock and Misty with a
Charmander,
with only a Charmander.
Well, yeah, certainly I couldn't. Yeah, I needed I couldn't have done it only with my Charmander. But I just think when I've come back to Pokemon in recent years, I always try to only have a couple because I always feel like, oh, it must be that if I put my experience into fewer Pokemon so they can level up faster, that I will do better at this game and enjoy it, perhaps even get through it faster. But it doesn't seem to happen. I always, when I have 4 Pokemon, I'm like, damn, I just really feel like I need 2 more Pokemon.
That's so weird. It's such a weird thing to feel. I mean, you do need 2 more, but just not yet. You need 2 more. You need 2 more when the wild Pokemon out there are like level 11, and so you don't need to take a Pokemon from level 5 up to level 15. You need to go from 11 to 18 or something.
It's also quite the experience difference between trainer battles and wild battles is wild.
Yeah, that's what one of the best things about Gold, I think, was rebattling.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, they'll call you on your phone and be like, "Hey, I want to battle again."
Yeah,
and you're like, "Yeah, I want that good experience." Honestly, the failure was to not make that more prominent of a feature.
Yeah, I was gonna say I never understood. I fundamentally did not understand why that system was in when I played Pokemon Gold, or why anyone would want to engage with it. We're like, "Hey, come fight me again." I'm like, "What? I beat you." No.
Yeah, it's because they leveled up all their Pokemon and you can get more experience.
Because realizing like this game kind of has like not a hard limit on how much experience you can get, but there is a hard limit on how many trainer battles there are. So
yeah. And the beginning is kind of a rough patch because like in all of the other zones of the game, pretty much you can just go to the next area to grind instead of grinding in the previous area. So it's like you can go, all the Pokemon around the gym that you're about to fight are lower level than that gym leader is. But in the area after that, which you sometimes have access to, you can go there and grind, and it's easier and better. It's not perfect.
I meant to teach. I had this galaxy brain moment where I got the Bide TM from Brock, and I was like, I'm gonna give it to Kakuna, so I can just harden and bide my way into slowly defeating Pokemon.
That rolls. Yeah, I should do that.
I did want to mention this. So I'm playing on Pokemon Stadium here because I finally have.
There it is. That's one of the worst ones in the whole ever. I couldn't even figure out what this was supposed to be when I first played.
The sprite.
The sprite, yeah, that reverse
tail, his teeth sticking out. Its teeth are projecting. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have any trouble reading the sprite. Maybe the teeth. I was confused about what the teeth were supposed to be at first. But
next time we have it out, I'll show you. But I couldn't tell that the tail was like thin. It looked like the part of the tail that bisects the body, makes it look like that part of the body is part of the tail to my eyes. And so I was like, why does it have this bizarre tail?
Wait,
I don't understand what I'm looking at.
I don't see its tail bisecting its body. Its tail is totally separate.
The Pikachu. No, not the Pikachu, the Rattata. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm looking at. Like the tail is up on top.
No, the behind sprite of the Rattata.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were looking at that sprite.
No. I think that Rattata looks good.
Well, let's bring it. My Rattata will die, but let's bring it back just to see. Oh, I see.
So you see where the tail on the left, that little bit of the ear and the side of the head, that all looked like part of the tail to me. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, why is it like that? But now I see that the tail is just like weirdly thin, and because it's diagonal, it's just like block, like going diagonally to the right. Yeah, so... Kian says, are you guys doing a Nuzlocke? No, this is not a Nuzlocke right now. But what does Kylie want to do?
Well, I think I would say that it's too soon to make any definite announcements, but Keith and I are definitely throwing around some ideas for a Pokemon series that we could do. And I think the ideas we have so far sound pretty fun, and I'm excited about it, but I don't think we have any definite plans on what we're going to play, how we're going to play it, or when we're going to play it. But
if this does happen, though, to be the first, to be one of the first ones to find out, you can go to contentburger.biz and sign up for a Patreon, where you will get both early access to us live streaming the recording session, and then also early uploads of the videos once they're edited.
It's true.
Contentburger.biz. It's worth it. That's our tagline now. It's worth it.
It's worth it.
Big Egg says, I've never heard Rattata pronounced as such.
Yeah, when I was growing up, we always said Rattata, and I would sometimes encounter people that said Rattata, and I got concerned.
Yeah. I also heard people say Rattata and knew implicitly that they were wrong.
Well, here's the thing. If you go watch that first episode of Pokemon, Ash points his Pokedex at a Rattata and says, "What is that?" And the Pokedex says Rattata. So
yeah, it's wrong. It's a computer, so it's wrong.
So yeah, it's the text to speech is broken on the Pokedex. I think that's obvious.
Yeah. They say Rattata in the anime.
Okay.
Other than when the Pokedex says it.
Rattata. Here's the thing. So I'm playing on Pokemon Stadium now. So I have my Pokemon Game Boy cartridge is inside of the transfer pack attachment for the N64 controller, and I'm playing my Game Boy game on my N64. And I haven't been able to do this for years because I lost or had stolen all of my Pokemon Game Boy games and my transfer pack. Or actually, I think I sold the transfer pack, but whatever. I totally forgot that this game has all of the Super Game Boy extra color information. So yeah, obviously this game was black and white on the Game Boy, but if you put it in a Super Game Boy, it had all these, because it can map different color palettes to different chunks of the screen. It can give a purple color palette to Nidoran and a brown color palette to Spearow, and it can even change the colors of their health bars. And this was all stuff that was in Pokemon Yellow. It's funny, we thought it was
this stuff not in Pokemon Red and Blue on the Pokemon on the Game Boy Color?
No, that's the weirdest thing. To this day, the only way to play Pokemon Red and Blue like this is in a Super Game Boy on a Super Nintendo or in Pokemon Stadium 1 or 2 on the N64. And so yeah, I totally forgot that. I thought all of this stuff was only in Pokemon Yellow. What's interesting is that this functionality was in Pokemon Yellow on the Game Boy Color, but only because they essentially went in and recoded all of the Super Game Boy information to be Game Boy Color information, which I think is totally different. It's all to say, it's not as if when you put Pokemon Yellow in a Game Boy Color, it makes it look like it's using the Super Game Boy info, like it can just do that, but it actually has totally separate Game Boy Color information coded into it, to the extent that the color palettes aren't even the same shades of color. If you go to Palette Town in Pokemon Yellow and Pokemon Stadium, I'm like, it's a different shade of cyan. There was a different baby blue in this one on the Super Game Boy because
I love this Spearow sprite. It's so good.
Look at him. He just doesn't give a shit.
This rude bird.
Yeah, he's so unconcerned by you. And I mean, honestly, if you're a Spearow, this is exactly how you look at a Kakuna. You're like, really? With this shit now? You're gonna harden me to death? You gonna harden me to death, buddy? Though I will say this, because this is a public service announcement, because I learned recently there are still people that don't know this. If you start with a Weedle or a Caterpie and then evolve them into a Metapod or Kakuna, they keep their attacks. So you can have a Metapod or a Kakuna that can tackle. It just needs to know, you just need to not catch it as a Metapod or Kakuna, because those ones don't know tackle.
Right.
I just didn't do that because I'm dumb. because all of my grinding is being done in Dragon Quest 3 and I don't have any left. You know what? I will actually push back on that. I would actually say it's not that I don't want to grind in Pokemon. It's that I actually feel like I think Pokemon is meant to actively discourage grinding because the grinding is just so ineffective compared to trainer battles. But then,
I agree.
But then with
There
Brock,
is some grinding that happens, but
yeah. Well, this was what was pissing me off.
well, you know what they want you to do?
Oh, what do they want you to do? Oh, you got to train with
They
your
want
friends.
you to lose the battles. They want you to get trainer experience until you get beat, and then try again.
Right. Right.
They don't want you to just go back into the Viridian Forest and beat Caterpies for 35 minutes.
Sure. Except
Maybe a little bit. But.
Except they definitely did want you to do that because when you get to Pewter City, there's a fucking a dickhead that sits here, and when you walk in front of him, he goes, "Hey, Brock wants to fight you. Follow me." And then you have to walk all the way back here with him every time to the gym. And then he goes, "Now here's the gym. Don't try to leave this town until you beat him." So there were no more trainers for me to battle, so I had to fuck off to Viridian Forest to fight Kakunas and Weedles for an hour.
No, sorry. I meant they want you to go into the gym and beat the gym trainers and then lose to Brock and then try Brock again and grind that way through like beating his first two Geodudes.
Oh, I guess I didn't consider that. I was gonna say you don't get experience that way. I just learned that that's not the case like yesterday.
Really?
So now I know.
Huh.
Yeah, I just don't
you
play
get the XP
yeah.
after each individual.
Yeah, no, I just think
Pokemon
the difference
death.
between my understanding of Pokemon and yours is just that you kept playing Pokemon all this time. Like each time they put a new one out, you played it, and I did not do that. So there were things I didn't pick up on back then, and I haven't given myself much of a chance to pick up on them later.
That's possible, but I feel like a lot of what I'm talking about is like old information.
You know, I'll say this, I really didn't appreciate the strategy of Pokemon, at least Gen 1, because that's the only one I did a Nuzlocke in Pokemon Shield. I didn't finish it though, but you know, like I didn't really appreciate all the strategy at work in Pokemon Gen 1 until I did a Nuzlocke, because that was the first time it felt like I actually had to care about that stuff and pay attention. I did not truly understand the value of a growl until my Pokemon could die for real, which was kind of the opposite of what I expected. I would think I would be even less inclined to do a growl since I thought it wasn't useful when I was 8 because I was dumb.
Yeah.
Or I guess that
growl.
is true,
Here's how you
though.
know that those moves.
It's weird that they're useful at first, but you're supposed to stop using them. That was the thing that tripped me up in my Nuzlocke. Was I think some people took a look at my Pokemon and they were like, "Oh, you should take Growl off this one. You should take Tail Whip off that one." And I was like, "I'm confused. I thought the beginning of the game taught me that these are important and I should use them." But then they like get bad later. I don't know. It's weird. So I guess in a sense I wasn't wrong when I was 8. I just like when I said Growl and Tail Whip are useless, I wasn't wrong. I was just only correct about the latter parts of the game, which is weird.
Right. Well, what happens is, like, you learn 2 status moves really early on, and the game just like forces you to do this. What?
Sorry, I saw the Jigglypuff. But I wasn't really paying attention. I saw a little, and then I brought up the menu and I couldn't see it anymore. And I was about to say, "Oh, hey, Pokemon Blue did have a really cute Jigglypuff sprite," but then I took the menu away and looked at its eyes, and I just got
It's
like really
slightly creepy.
concerned.
I think it's cute, but it's also kind of creepy.
I think
the Clefairy sprite is really good.
Here's the thing: is the Jigglypuff sprite here is a total victim of the color palette. Because if it was black and white, the eyes wouldn't look so different. But the fact that one eye is full of pink and one eye is just black and white just makes it look so weird. It looks like it. It just looks like it's
Got
something's
pink eye.
wrong with its left eye. It's got pink eye. It's kind of bulging. I'm just really concerned about this wild Jigglypuff.
So, but the thing that the game does to you,
This is a really
it
high
only
level
gives you-
Jigglypuff.
It is, yeah. But it's all that this trainer has, I think.
Is this a trainer? Oh fuck! I thought it.
Yes, this is a trainer.
We're standing.
You
right
did not.
next-
You did not find a
Yeah,
wild Jigglypuff.
damn it.
But we're standing in where that Jigglypuff is. if you want
Exactly.
one.
I knew. All I could remember was that I am in the place where Jigglypuffs are. So I thought this was a wild one, and I was like, I found a
And-
wild 14 level Jigglypuff.
And Mankeys are also here.
Mankeys. Ooh, I should get a Mankey. That sounds like a thing I should get.
Um,
I should get a Mankey. Hey,
the
can
the
I
thing
show
that
you
the game
something?
does is it get.
Oh no, you go. You go.
Okay. The thing that the game does is it gives you 2 status moves right up front, and then it keeps giving you attack moves, and it's like eventually you're like, okay, well, I've kept one of these status moves, but this attack is really good. I'm just going to it basically makes you slowly replace your status moves with attack moves, because they stop giving you status moves.
Right, and eventually you're gonna be in a spot where you're like, the last 3 abilities my Charmeleon learned are its 3 best abilities, and I'm never growling. And at some point, you're meant to just move on from that. I think that is a prevalent thing in this first generation of Pokemon games. Maybe Pokemon in general. I don't know. You can tell me how you feel. Is like, it's not probably this is more Gen 1. It's like it's not that the strategy or the design behind it doesn't make sense, but I think it is like. It's really often hard to intuit. It feels really opaque. You're right that it's the leveling system is is designed so that you will, like you said, slowly leave behind the status moves kind of naturally. But with
exceptions, like some Pokemon do better with them, and some Pokemon have the really good ones, like Confuse Ray or whatever, or Sleep.
Right. Yeah, and then you get much better. Those are a different type of status move, but yeah, they are much more useful. I think it's so you're right. That's like a really smart way that the growl and tail whip thing kind of works from a certain perspective. I think a lot of the mechanics, like the behind the scenes mechanics of Pokemon, often feel so behind the scenes to me that
I love that.
Yeah. But how about
I'm
hidden
constantly
values?
thinking about I'm constantly thinking about I want someone to make a game that is intentionally based around all the sort of accidental and weird hidden stuff in Pokemon games, where it was done kind of out of necessity in Pokemon, but I want someone to really take the weird glitches that Pokemon has and the weird behind the scenes stuff and really make something cool out of doing that on purpose, optimizing the game to work with that sort of thing. Where you're right, a lot of times the sort of hidden value stuff seems to work against your understanding of the game.
Right.
And but what if you had a game that was better better made to have the game be working against you, I guess is sort of what I mean.
I think I understand.
Digimon World is the same thing. It's really weird.
Oh,
but
Keith,
it doesn't really seem like it's really weird like that on purpose. They didn't set out to make an impossible to understand game.
It is an extremely heady mix of both. I think it has parts that are both very strange on purpose and parts that are very strange totally by accident.
And imagine if someone was able to, with the added decades of video game experience, development logic that is out there now, take those weird ideas and do it really, really well in a way that's disappearing from games and reintroduce it. You were just playing Fez. Fez is a little bit like this. Fez is a little bit Fez. Weird, and you're not sure how things are working. Blaseball is a little bit like this. I mean, Blaseball has pages of like secret stats that are determining what everything is, and it's not clear what any of them actually do even. That's one of the things I really like about it. It has that bizarre list of stats that like everyone, you can see it if you like go in and retrieve like the web info, you can see all these hidden stats, but you don't know what they do. No one knows what anti-capitalism does as a stat. You know?
Yeah.
No one knows what tragedy does as a stat.
So the hidden values exist in Pokemon Blue, right?
Yeah, totally.
And so these are hidden. These are hidden. Are they stats or are they just natures? Are natures different? Because they introduced that too, right? Or is
natures were introduced publicly in 2. I can't remember if they were in 1.
Okay. Well, anyways, your Pokemon has secret stats that affect how they will develop over time that you don't know until you develop them and see what happens.
And you have to know what you're looking for. Like, it's not just like all of a sudden you hit level 30 and it goes like, by the way, this was an extra strong one. Right. Like, no, you have to like do math to like figure out what it's doing better as.
Yeah. And I don't know. I've never looked. I've intentionally never looked into hidden values because I'm just not sure that it would make the game more fun to me. Inherent
same.
values.
I also.
Well, IVs and HVs are different, right? Or no, there's IVs and
EVs. EVs are effort values. Those are the values that you get from the types of Pokemon you defeat. So you're getting extra defense levels if you spend all your time beating Geodudes.
Right. And again,
so you can change your EV.
Yeah, something I absolutely did not know when I was playing Pokemon as a kid.
Oh, me neither. Not even close. Yeah. I mean, I still don't know any of that. I know about it. I don't know how it works.
I wanted a Nidoran on my party, but I also know that Nidorans, especially Nidoran females, are pretty ineffectual at attacking. So I wanted to, my understanding was that the Pokemon I caught would also have different stats. I caught 4 Nidorans. They were all statistically identical in terms of the stats that they surfaced to you. Was it just because I'm at the beginning of the game?
Ask that again?
So obviously I know that the hidden stats are hidden, but I also thought that they would have different regular stats. Like if I caught 4 Nidorans, they might have slightly different stats. And I don't know if it's just because it's the first area of the game, so everything is so flattened. But I caught 4 Nidoran females. They all had the exact same stats.
It is probably because they're lower level, I bet.
Yeah. Maybe if it's the lowest... If it's the lowest level a Pokemon can appear as, maybe it doesn't.
Here we go. Bulbapedia, individual values. Individual strengths, abbreviated IVs. They are instrumental in determining the stats of a Pokemon, being responsible for the large variation in stats among untrained Pokemon of the same species. In the context of generations 1 and 2, which have a different IV system, IVs are also referred to as determinate values, or DVs. Each of the 6 stats has an IV associated with it. That IV, and in Gens 1 and 2, it's 5 stats because it has, is it attack and defense is just attack? Oh, sorry, attack and special attack is just attack? Which is the stat that's missing from Gen 1? Is it special defense and defense are the same?
It's that special attack and special defense are one stat called special.
Special, right? Yeah.
So that means that it results in broken things where Alakazam is a Pokemon that has extremely high special stat so that it can do really powerful psychic attacks, but that also means it's really resistant against all Pokemon's any non-normal type move. It is also extremely resistant against. So even though it has really low physical damage and it's meant to be one of those glass cannon type Pokemons, it's really overpowered because it's really not glass. It's more like
Right.
It's like a fiberglass cannon.
Well, there are non-normal attacks that are physical attacks.
Oh, I did not understand that.
Like hyper beam is a special attack, but
What?
like
No, it's not.
flame wheel is a physical attack.
I think
Fire wheel, whatever. Fire spin.
They're both. They're two different moves. It used to be fire spin. Now there's also flame wheel.
Yeah. Okay.
But the fuck was I saying? Oh, I think what you're describing is something that was introduced later. I don't think this distinction between physical and non-physical exists in Gen 1, which is exactly why Pokemon like Alakazam are so overpowered. Yeah. So it's basically, it's just like, or it's maybe like,
it's because the way that it separates out is like if the attack is envisioned as something that you shoot at someone with, like, basically use a magic to make an attack, then it's special. But if it's like a bite is physical, so like bite is a physical attack, but hyper beam is a special attack.
Juliet Lewis in the chat says that's only after Gen 3.
Okay.
Maybe they mean after Gen 2, as in starting in Gen 3. Because I feel like that sounds to me like it would be in Gen 3, but what do I know?
Okay, yeah. Last one it says normal, bug, and fighting, etc. were physical. Fire, grass, water, etc. were special. Okay, so then they changed it to being like you can have physical or special moves within a category,
so
based on how the attack happens.
Okay, so I guess it sounds like Gen 1 Pokemon was slightly less broken than I thought previously. Oh no, they said it started in Gen 4, so that it was correct that it started after Gen 3. Sorry, wasn't trying to like claim that Juliet didn't know what they were talking about. It's just like
no, that's the same.
I just thought they maybe like it was confusingly worded.
Yeah.
You know, because you could say you could call the release of, you know, like you could say Gen 3, like if you could mean after Gen 3 as in after the release of Gen 3.
Well, okay, but here's the thing about Pokemon. Here's where this is the, I think, to me, how to think about Pokemon is that, like, you look at all those all of this stuff is extremely confusing. The difference between generations, the way that IVs work, the way that sometimes IVs are DVs. There's also EVs and they work differently and all of this stuff. And it's like, but it also essentially doesn't matter because Pokemon is fundamentally an easy game for kids. And like the strategy exists for those who want it and doesn't exist for those who don't, because you can just play the entire game playing off of not very effective and super effective, and you can just play the entire game like that, and you don't need to care about anything else. You could just like, hey, there's a water Pokemon, take out a thunder Pokemon, there's a grass Pokemon, take out a fire Pokemon, and just play like that and you're fine.
Yeah, the only part that I would disagree with what you just said is I think it's slightly more complicated than just saying the strategy is there for people that want it. Because, you know, I'm not sure
it's not,
that
it's hidden.
It is like, well, it's hidden. And also it's like, for example, I said like, wow, the thing that really got me to care about battle strategy in Pokemon was a totally bonkers made-up fan-made rule set that completely changes the whole feel and philosophy of the entire game.
Okay, sorry. What I didn't mean.
No, I know
is,
I know that you didn't mean you can do Nuzlocke if you want. I'm saying I've never felt that the strategy of Pokemon, like when you say like strategy is there in a game for people who want it, to me means like one of those like you get out of it what you put into it kind of things. Like if you engage with the strategy more, you will be rewarded with both a more fun experience and perhaps even more like a better you'll win better or whatever. And I just don't feel like I don't feel like it has ever been worth it to me to really engage with the strategy of Pokemon until I decided for myself that they had permanent death. And then it was
Pokemon is a game where you have to want it more.
Exactly. I don't want it. I just don't.
No, but what I was going to say, you were wrong. Your guess at what I meant was wrong. I didn't mean, and this isn't exactly what we've been talking about because we've been comparing it sort of specifically to Dragon Quest, I didn't really mean it was there. It was there if you want it in 1996.
Oh.
It took a little while for it to be there for those who want it.
See, I will say, I don't think it is any different now than it was back then. The difference is just there's way more people on the internet that will communicate, and like they have created their whole like Pokemon competitive scene. Like I don't think there's like, I'm sure you could say like, oh, they added this, these 3 things really solidified the deep strategy of Pokemon in like Gen 4 and Gen 3 or whatever. But from my perspective, as someone who's dipped in and out of the Pokemon franchise, largely because it kept feeling identical every time, I don't really, when I play the new Pokemon games, I don't feel like they're more strategic. I just feel like there are more people that have decided it's a big hobby of theirs to find that strategy. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
think one of the big flaws of
like,
Sword and Shield to me is that they made it way easier.
Oh, did they? Okay, those games were definitely very easy, but I did play X and Y and Sun and Moon. I didn't play Sun and Moon. Anyway, I guess here's, I think, a better way to word what I was just trying to say, is that back when we were all playing Pokemon on our Game Boys in elementary school, nobody was taking Pokemon strategy extremely seriously, of course. But I don't think it's just because, like, we were kids or that the games were different. I just think online game culture didn't exist in the same way. So it was like, if you were going to get way into Pokemon strategy, you'd need a bunch of people to play against, and you didn't have that. But now that we have like the janky-ass online play that Nintendo puts in their games, and we have Reddit or whatever, now we have everything we need for people to like have their crazy strategy leagues or whatever.
My friends all had Pokemon, and we had a link cable.
Oh, that's funny.
I was actually playing a lot of multiplayer Pokemon.
That's so funny because
battles.
Me and my friends all had Pokemon, and I had a link cable, and still none of us ever battled or traded unless it was specifically to
get a Gengar,
to get Gengar and Alakazam and Golem, or to like, once Gold and Silver came out, to duplicate our Pokemon, our legendaries, and then give each other all our legendaries. That was how I got my Mew, was Nintendo Power. Nintendo had that thing where like so many...
You need a link cable for that. You could do that just in the box. You turn the game off while you're saving in the box, and it don't duplicates it across the boxes.
No, yeah, I know. But I mean, like, you would duplicate your Pokemon on your Game Boy and then use the link cable to give it, to be like, like my friend Jared duplicated his Lugia and then was like, hey, I'll give you this Lugia. Let's connect your cable. Anyways, that was how everyone at my school got a Mew, was because Andy got a Mew the real way, which was like, he was one of thousands of winners of a contest and mailed in his Pokemon cartridge, and then Nintendo mailed it back to him with a Mew in it. But then once you could,
Andy thing to do.
Once there were to enter a contest and win it.
To enter a contest and win it, and then like ship his Game Boy cartridge to Nintendo and have them put a Mew on it.
Is that an Andy thing to do? I think lots of people did
feels
this.
Like it is.
It was literally the only way to get a Mew without a Game Shark. So I mean, people real wanted that Mew. So
yeah, I just feel like my way would be to get a Game Shark, or to go because they also were giving them away at Toys R Us.
Oh, okay.
You'd go to the Toys R Us and do the Toys R Us thing, and they would give it to you right there.
Okay. Well,
and I don't know. It just feels like a more Andy thing to do, to win a contest and send his game cartridge away. I don't know.
Okay. Well, anyways, our school had at least one authentic Mew, and then once there was the Pokemon duplication glitch in Gold and Silver, then we all had Mews. And I just ordered a Game Boy Game Shark from eBay, and soon I will have a Mew. I think we should get going, but...
Yeah.
Oh, well,
But, one thing that we have not mentioned...
Yeah.
Pokemon music. Wow, it's so good.
Wow,
I'm
it's
loving
so good.
all of this.
We all love this.
I actually for years have been frustrated with the orchestral rearrangements
dude.
of the original Pokemon tracks, and would love for, here's what I want to see. I want to see them blend in the bit music into the orchestral arrangements. Take the lead melodies and use the melody from the 8-bit stuff.
That's good.
And just drop that on top of the orchestral backgrounds. That's what I want.
Yeah.
I think that would sound sick.
Yeah, I've been thinking about Pokemon a lot recently, and yeah, I've been thinking about Fire Red and Leaf Green, and how those versions of Pokemon are like, they were ones that I thought I wanted for so long until I tried them and realized they're basically worthless to me because like all of the music is just not at all what I want. And I don't really care for
and the interface is weird.
Either.
I don't like how the interface looks.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a bit.
Totally
I mean, Gen 3, I think it was kind of a big whiff now in retrospect. And yeah, that we only have, that the only remakes of Red and Green we have are Fire Red and Leaf Green are a bummer. But I'm sure we'll get them soon enough. So they'll be pumping out more. Oh, we got
Gen 3 was always the one that I didn't like the most. I now know that there are people out there who love Gen 3.
Yeah.
And I bet that the thing about it is that they are people who are like 4 years younger than me.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I attributed not really liking Gen 3 to me just like that was the one period in my life where I was like, Pokemon, I'm over it. But I did buy it and play it, so I don't really know. I don't really know that that's the excuse, because I then, one generation later, I really liked Diamond and Pearl.
Yeah, for me, I played I didn't buy Ruby when it was new. I got it like used or something, and I put some hours into it and kind of fell off. And then Pearl, I was like even fewer. I think I got like 2 badges in Pearl or something. Though Pearl had a very slow start, so like those 2 badges took a long time to get. So long, I maybe didn't even get them. Maybe I got 1 badge.
There's stuff I really like about the new ones, but I wish that they were. I wish they were just a little different.
Yeah. So we've definitely done enough streaming today. We can stop. I think next week I'll come back and I'll have more stories to share of all the Game Boy modding stuff I'm getting into now. That's my new hobby for the month. Is I'm gonna mod some Game Boys to have cool, better IPS screens and buttons and stuff. And then
that's so weird. I was just thinking about doing this. Why?
Really?
Yes, I swear to God.
Well,
I was I was
looking into it online. I'm like, oh, everyone's doing this right now. It's a thing. I thought of this on my own, but maybe I somehow got incepted because apparently this is a
this
thing
like
right
how
now.
I watched Lord of the Rings and the next 3 weeks of my life was just like seeing different people that I know also rewatching Lord of the Rings for no reason?
I found somebody was selling a Game Boy shell, an original fat Game Boy shell that was called the Jazz Boy, and it was just a white shell with the jazz pattern on it. You know that one? I mean, I know you definitely know it, but you know the name of it. I did
not. What is it? The Jazz Boy?
It's just called Jazz, like the jazz design or jazz pattern. Not many people know the name. Everyone knows what it looks like because it's that iconic 1980s paper cup, like teal swash with a magenta squiggle over it.
Yeah.
So it's that. So it's like a Game Boy, but it has that pattern on it, and I'm like ready to buy a whole Game Boy just to get it. Unless somebody.
Do you know what else? You know what I was thinking of doing also? I was thinking of doing. What?
It's our boy.
Who is it? I can't see. You don't have the game up for me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. We're getting a Charmeleon. Charmeleon is another one of the all-time worst back sprites. Can we get a little taste of that background sprite for Charmeleon?
Right. Okay. I didn't remember until you said that. I mean, it's not. Listen, a lot of these back sprites, you know, I don't want to say that they're bad, but they're maybe more like, you know, they're back sprites.
I mean, not just bad,
okay.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Hey,
the Charmeleon
color
might
looks
be
really blown out. Do you know why that might be? Everything
back
looks like
sprite
really
that only a mother
like
can
washed.
Yeah, I've been fucking around with it. I don't know. It's the reasons are that this is like a S-video signal from an N64 going to a FrameMeister, going to an AverMedia thing, going into XSplit, and I've been kind of futzing with the levels here and there, but like whatever.
God.
Oh boy, I sure do like fucking with a picture. Whoa, look, we can change the palettes right here.
Let's do.
Nice.
This is the real. Welcome to the real palette town.
Yeah. Do you see my tweet about my daughter starting Pokemon?
Oh, with poop?
Yeah, my daughter started. It was really cute. She had to choose her starter Pokemon because she is familiar with Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle from the show, but not their evolutions. So I showed her Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise, and she was really she put her thought into it. It was very fun to watch because it is, even now as an adult, it's a difficult choice for me to make. You know, which starter? She went with Squirtle and named it. She named her character Pancake and her Squirtle Pancake Junior.
Pancake Junior.
And her
really
rival Poop.
Classic.
Yeah, she's not an expert at reading quite yet, so I was the one typing in these words for her. I didn't.
Did we not get a battle that whole time? What the fuck?
Oh, and yeah, good point. Look at that stupid screen wipe they stole from Dragon Quest III. Oh, this game sucks. I hate it so much.
There it is. There's my boy.
Why is his horn a different color?
And why is he so lumpy?
Why is he so lumpy?
That's so bad. And I actually think that Charmeleon, like the pre-anime Charmeleon that is a little bit thicker, is like a really good version of Charmeleon.
Here's a great if just for anyone, I was typing in Pokemon Green and I was like, I should type Pokemonsters. Great tip if you want to get a good price on a Japanese version of Pokemon on eBay, search for Pocket Monsters and not Pokemon.
Why?
Because everybody trying to buy those is searching for Pokemon, and so they're all bidding on the ones that say Pokemon, and everyone's ignoring the ones that say Pocket Monsters.
But I guess why would someone call it Pocket Monsters on eBay?
Because they live in Japan and are selling it from Japan, and that's just what it was called.
They didn't call it Pokemon. They called it Pokemon.
Oh no, they did not, sir. Pokemon. I mean, they call it that now, but in Japan, it's really common for people to come up with like a sort of unofficial, like colloquial portmanteau of a title for a thing. So they shortened Pocket Monsters to Pokemon. Monster Hunter is Monhun. Super Mario is
I always thought that was official.
It became official once they brought it to America. I think it's become official in Japan now as well. Like let's look at what is the Japanese box of Japanese Pokemon. Pokemon. Don't. What was that one? I don't know what that was. Just there. Pokemon. What am I doing? Pokemon.
I have
what was
no
the new
idea.
One? Shield. Japan box. So what did like the cover of Pokemon Shield look like in Japan? I don't know that we are getting that.
The cards.
These are fucking Pokemon cards. Also,
add a Switch to the search.
Switch box. No! Oh God, we opened up the Matrix.
Did you press F11 or whatever?
I don't know. Okay, let's see. Yeah, no, look, this totally says Pocket Monsters.
Yeah, it does.
Because that's Po, that's the T. That's the T sound, and I know it because it's like a sideways T, and that's how I always remember. So it's definitely got a t sound in the middle, and it
sideways T. No, it just looks like a T, but without a full cross. Because if that was a sideways T, that would be a huge line on top of the T.
Thank you, Keith. And I can
You're
tell
welcome.
this is the N sound, and it's in here for monster instead of at the end for Pokemon. So yeah, I guess officially it's called Pocket Monsters. But same thing like do you know Somari? You know the ROM hack Somari?
We've talked about this before.
It was like Sonic and Mario and Sonic or whatever, but it was a play on Sumari, which is just a way you can refer to Super Mario in Japan if you feel like. And then they smushed Sonic in there to make it Somari. And that's, if you were ever like, why in the fucking hell is Somari called Somari? Now you know. That's why.
Have you heard about the thing where like all of a sudden Pokemon cards are like extremely expensive now? Like all those old Pokemon cards, they were like worth absolute dog shit for years and years and years, just long enough for a lot of people to get rid of theirs. And now all of a sudden, they're like, Charizards are going for like, that's specific kinds of Charizards.
Well, of course, what you say is just long enough. Just what you said, just long enough for everyone to get rid of them. Well, that's what makes the price of things go up, is when people get rid of them and there's not as many. But also, here's the other thing.
No.
Fuck you.
We would.
Sorry.
What?
Nothing.
What?
Nope.
Okay.
We
would all like to pretend that everyone just naturally wants their old Pokemon cards back right after getting rid of them. But that is not how the price of things go up. The price of things go up because like people hear that the price of things are going up, and then they raise all the prices of all of the remaining things.
Well, certainly that happens too. What I was trying to say is the real answer for why are Pokemon cards valuable right now is that right now is the 25th anniversary of Pokemon, so there's a big marketing push for Pokemon right now. So like they're giving away Pokemon cards in Happy Meals, and my daughter got a little Pokemon card pack of 3 cards in her Happy Meal, and then I bought a box of Cocoa Puffs, and that had a little pack with like 6 cards in it. So Nintendo, or the Pokemon Company, is launching an all-out "Hey, remember Pokemon" offensive right now. So that's probably where that's coming from.
I saw a TikTok video of someone who was like, "Oh, I heard the Pokemon cards are selling. So let me get my old Pokemon cards out." And we're just like going through and like. I know that this person is right and it's me that is wrong. Like, of the 2 adults, it's me that is the weird one. But he was like going through his old Pokemon collection. Was like, I can't believe the design on some of these guys. Look at this. This is just a crab, and its name is Krabby. That's wild.
No, they're wrong. I mean, they're right.
Hey, remember Krabby? He's like, oh, look at Oddish. It's just this little purple thing. That's wild. And it's like, how are you making a video like, hey, remember Krabby? Like, of course we all remember Krabby. We've all played all those Pokemon games since that first one, remember?
Oh, okay. So, not that, I guess, like, you're saying not just that this is how someone feels about the Pokemon designs, but specifically a person who had not engaged with the Pokemon designs in, like, many years. And was just
in
like
2 decades, right? Someone looking at a Krabby and going, "Oh yeah, I forgot about Krabby."
No, none of us forgot about Krabby. He goes cookie cookie,
or any of them.
Cookie cookie. And then he evolves into Kingler, and Kingler goes cookie cookie. And you're like, oh, he's bigger and tougher because he cookies slower, slower and harder. But listen, I love.
Oh, this long short says Logan Paul paid too much for a Pokemon card? I don't know what this is. Is that also part? That is also a thing that raises the price of stuff. Is that someone famous spends a stupid amount of money on something stupid like a Pokemon card?
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden,
Skate 3 effect.
Yeah, it's like those Pokemon cards aren't gone. They're just in the hands of people who are like, someday I can jack the shit out of these prices when some moron buys a Charizard for $30,000.
Well, Keith, I don't mean to argue with you now, because I know we try not to do that here on Run Button. But as a person who may or may not have discarded an amount of Pokemon cards, I can tell you some of those end up in the trash. And yeah, of course, it was during that middle period when they were no longer a thing that was important or relevant or seen as valuable, but not yet old enough to have like many cherished memories attached to them. You know, especially now you can look at a Charizard and be like, oh, my childhood, or you know, I forgot this Pokemon card that I liked so much.
I don't know. You went through the declutter phase that you had to go through because of all the clutter you accumulated, but not everyone had that. A lot of people are fine just having a binder of their old Pokemon cards sitting around.
I suppose. I was gonna say like, yeah, like so for me,
or they want to sell them.
A lot of reasons why I would just chuck a bunch of trading cards in the trash, like I did with my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. All my Yu-Gi-Ohs, boom, in the trash. Goodbye, all 3 of my Blue Eyes White Dragons, or whatever. Wow. I don't think I actually threw away the Yu-Gi-Oh cards I liked. I probably did keep like a small binder of a couple of them and then got rid of the rest or whatever. But like for me, yeah, like I definitely got to a place where it was like, oh, like I'm 15 and I do still really like Pokemon, like old Pokemon stuff, and I cherish my memories of old Pokemon stuff, but I don't think I need a garbage bag full of trading cards from a trading card game I never really played, taking up space in my house. But of course now oh
my god,
I did that Let's Play of the trading card video game, and I engaged more with the strategy of the Pokemon trading card game in there than I ever had before. And I did get to the final, like the card version of the Elite Four, and then stopped because I was like, this should be a Run Button stream, and then we never did that.
I learned the German name of Charizard. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Glurak.
Glurak.
Glurak. Glurak.
We didn't.
And his famous Fuhrwerbel move.
We forgot to look at the old red-green Charmeleon sprite. Oh, I think I pulled up the Google search on screen and then forgot to find the one that we're looking for.
Yeah.
See.
Anyway, so I'm on eBay, and like all things, like all weird collector things, there's like versions of that original Charizard card that sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then there's versions of it that inexplicably cost $6. What the difference between those are, I cannot tell you, but
okay, here we go. I'm bringing this up on the screen, the desktop, the stream. Here's our red-green original Charizard. Charmeleon sprite. I guess it's not so much like the behind the back one, but you do see he's got like the horn. I guess this horn was originally envisioned as a different color. Here's the behind the back again, and someone is like, someone's explaining that his cheeks are because he's blowing a bubble you can't see.
But even in the turned around one, the horn is the right color. The right color.
But we don't have time to go through Pokemon Red and Green sprites because we'll just do that all day. But yeah, I guess thanks for watching. Hey, if you've been feeling like you might want a Game Boy Advance that has a nice screen, my DMs are open. I'll hook you up. I'm gonna make my daughter a Game Boy Advance because she played a little Pokemon and got excited about it. So I'm gonna make her a cool looking GBA. I'm excited about that. I think she's gonna like it. I asked her.
The thing that I've been wanting to do, I've been wanting to get a Raspberry Pi.
Look at this sand armor ass motherfucker. Yeah. This was how they re-envisioned the original main character of Dragon Quest to be like this weird Saiyan armor guy. I think it totally sucks.
With a Gohan face.
With a Gohan face. So that's a fucking Gohan face. That, you don't have to convince me at all that that's a Gohan face, because it clearly is.
It's the same face.
It's not. It's not the same. And this
Okay,
guy's, he's up to something.
we don't ask for this often. I want comments. Is the thing that I said a Gohan face or no? We all agree that second one was a Gohan face. Okay. But let me know if you were convinced in the comments by my Pokemon face, my Gohan face that I made.
I will find this face.
It's in. I have it linked to you. I have the one that I made linked to you. It's in the Discord.
You don't have the original though.
No, but the one with the hair, was always the argument, was with the hair.
Okay. So, the question is this face exactly the same as Gohan's face, or just very similar?
Oh, come on. No, don't fucking pretend like by...
Dude, I gotta tell you, man.
We know it's a different character.
I keep saying... his face is really similar to Gohan's face, but it's just not the same. And you keep interpreting this as me saying it's totally different, but it's just not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's really similar, but not the same.
I think that the problem is that you keep hearing me go exactly the same, and you mean that it's literally a copy and pasted Gohan face, which obviously I don't think it is. But I'm talking like 97%. That's
You're right.
What exactly means.
The faces are 97% the same. I'm glad we agree. And don't we all love...
Hey, look, you're the one that took issue with 90% is 3% away from exactly. And that means that we have to say, no, you're wrong to it.
Listen, I stand by what I said about the Akira Toriyama art style scale of difference. And... I think that today I learned that Charmeleon is blowing a bubble. I learned that Jigglypuff has pink eye. I learned that Keith does not want to play a fantasy RPG that looks a little bit like Pokemon. And I learned that...
No, it has to be Pokemon.
It has to be Pokemon. So Dragon Warrior monsters, then.
Yeah, I'm much more interested in that.
Okay, but you... Alright. I mean, and that's not... I fucking hate this. This is how I am to talk to in real life, by the way. If you talk to me in real life, I will just like, someone says something, I say half a thing, and then I try to explain that half a thing I said wasn't in what they probably thought it was, but then I get halfway through saying that, and then I stop again, and then I just go, I don't know. And then I go, the stream's over.
I don't think that you do that in real life. I don't even think you do that on Run Button very often.
Oh, okay. Were we talking about something? What was I explaining that I quit on? I don't know.
I don't know. Just now?
Oh, sorry. I just want to be clear. I don't actually think Keith will like Dragon Quest monsters, nor am I invested in trying to find out.
Hip up.
But
you gotta hip up.
I'm interested to get to Dragon Quest Warriors or Dragon Warrior monsters and see what's up, what's going on in there. The box art sure is hideous. It does one of those like things where it was the 90s, so they put like a full 3D
I love
render.
that dead-eyed freak, that Team Rocket freak. Who are you, Team Rocket? What are you doing in this? I love that they conceptualized Team Rocket, but they didn't really figure out what they were in Gen 1. In Gen 1, they were just like a gang that was doing crime.
Yeah. They're a gang.
I don't know, it's very funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I love about them, though, is that, like, even today, I still feel like, at least within the video game, Team Rocket's motivation just makes sense. They're just an organized crime gang. They work out of the gambling hall. You know, like they're just a crime org, and like they weren't like trying to conquer the world or anything. They were, you know.
Yeah. And that is one of the problems. I mean, we make fun of Sonic for constantly having to like bring some sort of primordial evil that's going to destroy the world. Why Dr. Robotnik wants that, I don't understand. Like we make fun of them, like how many Sonic games in a row just had like a new worse chaos. But the thing that Pokemon games have had forever is they always just have like a new different kind of ideological group that for some reason is politically motivated to end Pokemon as a concept.
The ultimate villainy.
Well, and usually their ideas are like pretty good, which is like we want to get rid of like global warming, or like we want to stop using Pokemon as slaves, or we want to do this other like pretty okay thing to want.
Yeah.
And it's just like, no, sorry. Pokemon are more important than that.
Yeah, and I think in the newest Pokemon game they just announced, the evil team is a group of people that are really mad about Pokemon Arceus. They're just so upset about it. And they're the villains, and we didn't talk about it at all. Okay, bye! Oh, you know what we totally forgot to look at? We forgot to look at this really funny part where there's clearly like a prostitute at night in the original version, but instead she's like, I'll tell your fortune. But just one of you, I can't tell all of your fortunes. And then you go up here, but where she's going to tell me my fortune on a bed.
Sit down on my bed.
And then she wants to turn off the lights. And if you say no, she still turns them off anyways. And you can't believe something. But then there's a man there, dad's there, who's interrupting. But then afterwards, when you're done, you talk to her. She's like, hey, how's your shoulder feel? I hope I took care of the stiffness. And I'm like, I thought you were giving me my fortune. You seem to be confused about what's going on in this video game, like as if someone came in with a hatchet and chopped it up and mixed it around. No need to be angry. Your fortune sounded great. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, so these are the guys. These are the buff. These are the helmet lads in original Dragon Quest.
The helmet lads. Yep.
All right, there they are.
That arc inexplicitly ends up having a lot of the Playboy outfit in it.
Of course. All right, see, weirdly, that shouldn't make me more excited to go back and finish Dragon Quest Builders 2, but that's like the first thing I've heard in a long time that makes me want to go see
Dragon Quest Builders 2 is so good.
Yeah. And this won't surprise you to hear, I've decided I need to go back and finish Dragon Quest Builders 1 first before I can move on. Go back to 2. I just can't enjoy things if I haven't played the first one.
I just wish... Is it so hard for you to want to play games the exact way that I want you to play them? Can't you just do it the way that I want you to do it?
Yeah, from now on, we'll just do it exactly the way that you want to do it.
Thank you. I don't think that that's too much to ask, that you only want to do it the way I